I am calling the select board to order. It's gonna go over the meeting tonight. Public comment, liaison town manager reports, interview a candidate for town forest committee. Review and vote on request from CPDC, Guy Manganiello on approved exemption pursuant to GLC 268A 19B1, thereby allowing him to participate in certain zoning matters, discuss annual town election, close warrant for state primary, discuss trash contract with Republic, and discuss trash contract with Republic and a barrel update, discuss multi-use water rate solution and second meters, Reading Center for Active Living recalc update, future agenda discussion, and approve 3 sets of minutes. All before 11. All right, if anyone didn't sign in, please sign in. You don't have to do it right now, but we have public comment. Anyone want to speak on public comment?
You raise your hand.
So,
Hi, I'm Marilyn Shapley, 11 John Carver Road, Precinct 7, and 10 years on the Council on Aging and growing. I was a lot younger then. I'll be really quick. I just want to say thank you to everyone. This is kind of a quiet project. You don't see us out with our flags and banners, and you don't see a lot of people coming out in the evening, but there's tremendous support and need behind the work that's going on to create a Center for Active Living, and tremendous appreciation for it. So I just want to say thank you and be the face of it to an extent tonight. I thank the select board. We keep agreeing to, okay, let's look at the next step in the process. I thank our current and past town manager and assistant town manager. There's a legacy there and great work going forward. The recalc committee, of course, and I'll say right now, I don't think I'm going to last till 10:15 to watch tonight. I might by Zoom at home, and I know lots of others will be, and if not, we'll be watching the video after the fact. But if we aren't there in person on the screen or in the room, it's not that we're not paying attention. We really appreciate it, and believe me, it will be digested with great interest. Community services, elder services facility has weighed in, of course, my Council on Aging colleagues. So it's just thank you to everyone. This is a really important project. By the end of the decade, the stats show that as many as 1 out of 3 of us will be over 60 years old. That's a lot. It's a real shift in the composition of a community and in the kinds of resources that will be really important to make this a good place for people to age in place. So again, while we're kind of a quiet group, except for a few of us that just won't go away, it's a very important project and widely appreciated, and we're paying attention to it. And I think that's all I had to say. If I missed anybody, thank you, I'm sorry. I made my quick Oscars list of all the people, but we're really excited about the work that's transitioning now into the Permanent Building Committee, and we will be as involved as we can in that and certainly supporting. So, rah, rah, keep up.
thank you.
Thank you.
I'll go with this side. Tony, you're next.
Thank you.
And I forgot to mention, this is not picking on anybody, just try to keep it at 2 minutes. I don't want to do a timer, but I'm just trying to, for everybody.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Tony Garezo, 130 John Street. Today I'm talking about Mr. Manganiello's request for an exemption. The standard for an exemption for Massachusetts GL 268A, Section 19, is that the interest is not so substantial as to be deemed likely to affect the integrity. Unfortunately, between the history of some of Mr. Manganiello's projects and the circumstances around his appointment, a not unreasonable person could question the integrity of the process. There were 4 volunteer application interview sessions, 2 on June 3rd, 1 on June 5th, and 1 on June 10th. Mr. Manganiello's application was received on the final day of the interviews. At the end of the final interview session, Ms. Murphy and Ms. Herrick scheduled a time to meet to make a recommendation to the board. That meeting was eventually postponed to June 17th. At the June 17th meeting, Mr. Manganiello was provided an opportunity to meet with the VASB. The opportunity was provided to no other applicant. Also, his is the only interview not available for viewing on the town's website. For Mr. Manganiello to be given this unique opportunity means that someone on this board had circumvented the normal process in an attempt to push him onto the CBDC. At the select board meeting discussing his appointment, the public was assured that Mr. Mangiello had no business pending before the CBDC. This is not quite accurate. 459 Main Street is an approved project in the process of being developed. However, the addition of any signage or modification from the approved design will require an additional approval from the CBDC. The history of 459 Main Street development raises serious questions as to the integrity of any zoning changes that may impact this property, such as those being proposed to meet the MBTA Communities Act. The original application requested a waiver for a higher density than was allowed by right in 40R district. The plan was originally approved, but at a lower density. This led to the development team to sue the town. A compromise was reached, and the project was eventually approved at less than the requested density, but more than allowed by right. And now Mr. Mangiello will be working on potential 40R zoning changes that could directly impact this property. This could result in development at the original requested higher density or even more. The appearance of conflict in this case is substantial and definitely affects the integrity of the entire MBTA Communities Act. Nothing against Mr. Mangiello's character, but because of the select board interference and the circumstances around his appointment and the significant appearance of impropriety, I suggest that the request for an exemption be denied for now. Instead, submit all the relevant information to the State Ethics Commission and ask them for a ruling. In the meantime, the remainder of the CPDC can continue working on a proposal for November town meeting. If the commission feels that an exemption is warranted, the board can grant it, no one can question the integrity of the decision, and Mr. Mangiello can join CPDC in their deliberations. If the commission has questions or recommends denying the exemption, then no time will be lost. I'm not questioning anyone's integrity. However, this is probably the best path forward when looking at the big picture and doing what is right for the town. The alternative is that someone in town, discontent with the decision either way, could submit a complaint to the State Ethics Commission. This could stop all discussion about the MBTA Communities Act while the complaint is investigated. Or worse, reverse any decisions reached and force the town to start all over. In either case, the town would suffer the penalties for failing to meet its obligation under the MBTA Communities Act. Thank you.
Thanks. Yep.
Good evening. I'm Bill Sullivan, Blueberry Lane. I'm also the chair of the Town Forest Committee, and I just wanted to speak in support of Christine Lusk and recommend that her appointment to the Town Forest Committee as a volunteer be approved. She's been coming to our meetings, and we look forward to having her as a member of the committee. That's it.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. Nancy Doctor, Pearl Street and Precinct 1 Town Meeting Member. My question is, why would Mr. Mangiello be granted an exemption from Mass General Law? Why would an exception be made to a Reading volunteer that's not granted to any other volunteer? Myself, any of you, any of the other volunteers? My understanding is that he is a well-known real estate developer. He has many projects in town and pending future projects. His appointment was at best questionable because this board knew of the many landmines. This is a slippery slope, changing rules now for him and for him alone. My concern is not about his integrity or his reputation, it's actually about this board's. And that's actually what's on the line, is your reputations. The reality is, you knew in advance that there was going to be potential conflict of interest. And the fact that you now are attempting to circumvent guidelines, ethical and legal guidelines that all Reading residents who volunteer must abide by is highly questionable. I don't think this passes the smell test. And my concern, and I would like the town council to opine, if you vote in affirmative of this, what are the legal ramifications beyond what a previous speaker has raised? Does this open litigation for other developers to the town? This is concerning that you would even consider this request. And I'm going to ask that, since your reputations have been kind of hanging by a thread, that you vote against this. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else in the audience? Seeing none, Caitlin, anyone on Zoom?
No one on Zoom.
All right, thank you. Liaison reports, Chris?
Thanks, Carla. So yeah, it's been like a month since we met, so a couple Killam School Building Committee meetings has happened since then, as well as a tour of Uxbridge High School. So the Killam School Building Committee unanimously voted to move ahead with option B1 as the preferred design solution for the new Killam School. What that ends up entailing is it's a rectangle-shaped design built behind the existing Killam, a couple, I think 15, 20 feet away from existing Killam behind it. That gets built up and then they demo the front and the parking lot becomes in the front. So it's kind of a very finite process that they have to be able to follow to be able to actually accomplish that. So B1 is a 3-story new school with 12 rise classrooms on the bottom and then first, second, et cetera, going up. The big thing with that is that we'd be able to move rise out of Reading Memorial High School into Killam, have a dozen new classrooms. It doesn't take care of the waiting list that we currently have. I mean, I think there's a couple hundred people on it, don't quote me, it probably changes day to day, but the benefit, like I said, is taking it out of RMHS and putting it over there. People would end up being able to fill the classrooms at Reading Memorial High School with other innovation pathway kind of grants that we saw a little bit ago at the school committee, what they were doing over there, but the tour that we took to Uxbridge High School with everything that they had with the 3D printing models, home economics, a shop room, all these kind of things that we had when we were in school. I didn't know don't exist at the high school, actually don't exist there. But Uxbridge High School has been kind of pioneering, taking those kind of things back in-house, and they're kind of a model for the rest of the state of who everyone wants to come and tour and see what kind of things they're doing over there. So myself, Nancy, and Carla carpooled down to Uxbridge and met everybody over there and toured the school. And I think the biggest takeaway that I had from it is not while I was there and just seeing everything, I really haven't been in Reading Memorial High School other than to the library for meetings there. But just seeing how this school was compared to what I was in when I was back in '97 at high school. Just seeing that, and then the video that I shot, I gave to Leon in my office to help me edit and put the whole thing together. And he didn't know anything about it before I had given it to him. And even he commented saying, where is this place? It's so cool seeing all the things that these people are doing. This is a high school. Where's Uxbridge? I said, nobody knows where Uxbridge is, but it's on the border of Rhode Island. So it's a lot of good that can come from this, even from an outsider who has no clue about anything, who now lives in Pennsylvania, just being that far removed and just seeing what we can really do to this. So there's a benefit even if your kids don't go to Killam. They're going to go to RMHS if you have kids, and there's like a real benefit there. Which dovetails onto another item that we spoke about is the conflict of interest that we have with the Killam project. Even though I'm an elected official that's on the committee, we qualify as appointed officials, which is different than the elected official policy. So you four are all set. I am not in this particular bucket. So it's you can all proceed as usual, but I'm exempt from doing certain things that I would be able to do if I wasn't on the committee. So the long and short of it is the building is roughly 135 million. That obviously is subject to change. That's the max. That's with full geothermal options there. Currently, that's being hashed out with the subcommittee on that. Whether or not it's full geothermal, half, electric, solar, all this other stuff, that's going to be at a subsequent meeting sometime in September, October, I believe. And then the biggest thing is it would come up for a vote for the town in June of 2025. Once again, all these numbers, things are all subject to change, but that's roughly everything that happened with that. So it was good to see what could be done there. I like the options, and we'll see how it goes. That's what I got.
All right, I'll save a question for the end. Mark?
Thanks, Carol. I used to ride my bike to Uxbridge all the time, just, and we.
From Reading?
No, actually from Needham. But we tip our toe over the Rhode Island border
Yeah.
and then ride back.
Well, we
Anyways,
did
that's
that
where
'cause-
Uxbridge is.
Carla's not in charge of GPS anymore because she took us the wrong way. So Nancy had to get us going back. But, yes.
So the big things that have been going on have related to the Reading Center for Active Living. Both Recalc having meetings in preparation for this evening. We'll have the final presentation tonight, which is great. It's in the packet so you folks can see it, and then we'll have that discussion. The Permanent Building Committee has actually met, I think, twice since our last meeting. And the key ingredient now in the process is to hire an owner's project manager. So we had an RFQ that went out. We got 5 responses. We met last night. There are 3 groups that are going to be interviewed hopefully next week, plus or minus. That's, the first week in September. Sorry, it's 2 weeks forward. Thank you. It buys me another week. The first week in September, with the goal, I think, of hiring someone in late September, getting them onboarded, and then we want to get their input into the entire process, the entire activity, and bring that back and add that kind of to the site selection discussion that's going to come tonight from Recalc. So that's really what's going to be coming from them. So Nancy Zimlak from the Council on Aging and I are the 2 additional members on the Permanent Building Committee for that project. And I think it's going forward nicely, and that's our key next step. I'm gonna save the rest of the thunder for the Recalc presentation, but as Marilyn did a really nice job, just to thank everybody who's been involved to date on all the work that's gone on. It's been arguably close to 10 years, but certainly 5 years of very strong efforts, and the last 2 have been even stronger. Lots of folks involved. Thank you to everybody for doing that, and we keep going forward. Hopefully we get this project to the voters roughly in the same time frame next year as the Kilp School project. Thank you.
Karen?
I was willing and able to meet with the Trails Committee. They have a new chair who we recently appointed. And it was exciting to hear about the new boardwalks they have created in the town forest and to have another understanding of just how much coordination, how much volunteer effort they get. I think, again, the scouts and the many volunteers they work with. And they also had the students up again this summer, the volunteer students. I'm gonna forget their organization, but they come here every summer and they've been incredibly valuable over at Pinevale and at the cabin, and I'm not sure where they were working this year, but you know, it raises a concern that we have town forest, trails, Reading Historical. I'm not sure if there's one more committee, all trying to do their jobs with a budget of $20,000. Might wanna ask that we take a look at that for the next budget going forward. It used to be that they had a budget on their own, and it's only recently that they were lumped together, so. But clearly, we know with climate change and we have trees falling, trees dying, we have 998, I don't know. We have a lot of acres and a lot of miles of trails. So anyway, it's unrealistic to think that no budget or a very limited budget is going to make sure that people are safe and that these trails and precious forests are maintained. I also attended the 2 Killam meetings that we had since then. I also attended an MMA presentation on the Inflation Reduction Act. The state is absolutely looking to help municipalities go and get as much Inflation Reduction Act credits as they can. The 2 biggest items are for geothermal, where if you design a building with 50 or 55% or more geothermal, you will get 30% of the cost back once it goes into service by filing a couple of tax forms, just like you might do at home for the very same law. And the other low-hanging fruit, and I've had a discussion with Matt a little bit, is for the EVs. So those are the two areas that, for Reading especially, the state is, putting resources out there, and MMA is on it, just trying to get the word out there that for the next 10 years, these are unlimited budgets that we can bring into our communities. So it was a great seminar as usual. Thank you.
Whatever your name is, Melissa? Sorry.
So CPDC, July 31st, a lot of community members were there for the MBTA Community Forum that they held, and they put forward 4 concepts. I believe they're going to have another one coming up, I just don't have the date of that. At their August 12th meeting, they discussed the concepts, and it sounds like their plan will be to pick a concept out of those 4 and present it to the select board for our vote. Or they'll give us a recommendation, and then we'll go forward with that. They also discussed the grant that was received by Reading in November of 2023 from the Community One Stop for Growth, where $100,000 of that grant money will be used to do a feasibility study of the industrial district, which I think is also known as Eastern Gateway. The land over where RMLD is, that runs along Ash Street, and where Market Basket Plaza is. So it sounds like they're planning to meet with that group within the next couple of weeks, and they also want to put together a steering committee for that group, which one of the CPDC members will be a part of. At their last meeting, John Weston is going to continue on as their chair, and Heather Klisch was nominated and approved for their secretary. One thing I wanted to bring up tonight was the VASC group, Karen and I. I know Ms. Lusk is here tonight to be interviewed, and I thank you for your patience and for volunteering. I appreciate that. Her application, I think, got lost somewhere along the way. I know she put in a second one, and that got missed for our June interviews. So she's here tonight, and I appreciate that. And I know that we have several volunteers that have put in applications recently since our June interviews, and we also have a chair, at least of one committee, that has reached out to town staff. Mr. Gaffin on the rec committee, he would like to fill his full membership spot that's become open. So I don't think that it's reasonable that we do these interviews at our meetings. I just don't think with our agenda in the fall that that's gonna work. And I wanna be respectful of the people that are volunteering for these positions. I want to be respectful of our boards and committees. I want to make sure they're fully running, and I want to be respectful of all of our time. So I don't know I know Karen, at one point you mentioned that it probably wasn't feasible for you to do these meetings before November or December. So I'm hoping that we can either get them on in September, or I don't know if you would consider stepping down and let another member jump in, just so we can, get everything up and moving. These are kind of offshoots, but I spoke to Carl McFadden about what he had mentioned at our last meeting about having the profits of Burbank being earmarked for the rec committee. I know rec also discussed that. I really like that idea. I think it's something that was what Mr. Burbank kind of saw for, that money to go back to the kids of this town, whether it's for programming or facilities or whatever that may be. So I'd love for that to be on a future agenda. I think we might have to do something with the lease or contract we have with the ice arena to get that going forward. But I think if we could do something where that money is distributed back to the rec committee for them to use for projects, we could even say, portions for capital projects, and maybe another portion is for like adaptive sports, which I know they really struggle with funding to get those sports up and running. So I think that would be a really good use of that money. Lastly, middle of July, I got to meet with Albert Pless, which was a great meeting. He is the Director of Equity and Social Justice. In the fall, he's planning to bring us a strategic plan to follow up on the DEI assessment that was completed in the spring. And I look forward to working with Albert in the future. That's it.
Thanks. For me, the Andrew town staff put on a great forum at the library. It was a unique format where there was groups of us with all the different maps split off into the 2 rooms. He did a presentation, and everyone just kind of like spoke amongst themselves and made notes, and hopefully we'll get that compiled at some point. But it was very good and very informative, and I just walked around and spoke to some people individually because of we all got a preview of the map, so I don't want to take any time away from anyone else. But it was very good to see that in motion. I know we're getting close to a final map. And then for CPA, I missed a meeting that had Chase from the CPA Coalition because we had our meeting. But that was a good meeting of Q&A, and Chase gave a lot of examples of other communities. And then at the subsequent meeting that I did attend, and it was almost a full board of all of us, based on what Chase advised us, the committee, is that there is not enough time for us to get on this presidential ballot. It would be wise and a better chance of passing if a ballot committee was formed. And basically, he recommended, we didn't take any votes, we just had a discussion on 2026 vote for CPA. That was Chase's recommendation, not the committee's recommendation. And then we also discussed, the range for the rate, and we kind of didn't come to a consensus. We didn't want to have a vote, but we're kind of maybe going in the middle of, we're not sure yet. We don't want to speak out of turn. And we're gonna try to, at our next meeting, try to revise our charge to come back to the board to see what we're gonna do with the committee. If we're not gonna be that active for a while, we'll probably meet less, but still do work. And that's really it. It's been a productive committee. We got a lot of things hammered out. And so the next meeting is, I think, next week. So I'll have more information at our next meeting. But so we probably soon come to this board with a recommendation to not move forward for this election cycle, presidential election cycle. The success rates are much higher, so there are some, we have our next state primary in the fall of '26, so bring it to April town meeting, and then have it on the ballot for the fall 2026. So again, those are all things that we discussed. Nothing's been settled, and but we're clearly not going to make the deadline for this coming November. And that's it. Matt?
Could I, I'm sorry,
Sure, yeah.
before we go, last night, staff did a great job with streetscapes on Haven Street, and I was remiss in not mentioning that. And we had a lot of great attendance by residents who regularly walk down there. Marilyn, you were there. So it was a really good forum, and I look forward to more trees and really innovative safety features. And I think staff, engineering, DPW, Chris was there, and planning were all there listening. And those were the two major issues. More trees, heat, island concerns, and safety issues. So thank you, it was well done.
Great.
Thank you.
Can I sneak one in?
Yeah.
Thank you. Sorry, Matt.
Yeah, go ahead.
I'm remiss too. I'm looking at Bill Sullivan in the back and didn't even register. So very much on topic. Town Forest Committee is coming to us first or second meeting in September. I'm not remembering right now.
It's the first.
The first, great. So the Town Forest Committee has been discussing kind of what do we need to do to preserve the forest, to take care of manage the trees, but very importantly, to manage the invasives. And we discussed at our last meeting, to Karen's point, where there's $20,000 to be spent among all the committees. The projects require a lot more funding than that, and they need to come forward to town meeting. So the presentation that Bill's gonna make in early September is gonna talk about what we need to do basically to fight off the invasives, to finish the projects related to the wrong trees that were planted, and to really preserve and support the town forest. And then, so that'll be coming to us as a presentation and then to town meeting fall. Thank you.
You're welcome. I have a question that I forgot. Chris, did you mention a potential vote in June of '25?
Yes.
So a special election?
Apparently it has to be because there's some laws where it has to happen 2 months after
Oh,
the town
okay.
meeting or
Okay.
something like
All
that.
right. Just wanted to make sure I heard what I heard. Thanks. All right, Matt.
Yep, that's our timeframe too, so. Okay, a reminder, Fall Street Fair is actually coming up. I can't believe it, it's already fall. That's September 8th. We'll put that up on the calendar. It'll also be in the Town Manager Minute, and we'll put it up on social media. It's always a great time, so I hope everybody could come and attend. I'm happy to announce we have hired a economic development planner. His name is Kevin McCarthy. He started last week. I can't wait for you all to meet him. He has a lot of great experience with the city of Lawrence, with the British and Irish governments as well. So vast experience. He's hit the ground running. I've taken him around to a lot of the businesses already, and he was well received, and he's very active and ambitious, and I think he's going to be a great asset to us here. I've also made an offer that was accepted for a public health nurse / nurse advocate. If you remember, we've sort of combined that position. She will start in September. Once she starts, I'll introduce her to you in her name. And she has a lot of experience in Boston hospitals. So really well-trained nurse, so excited about that. And we're planning a climate week for September. I'm gonna let Jane talk about the particulars of that, but it should be a fun-filled week. We do a lot for the climate in Reading, and it's time to sort of showcase that and hopefully coincide with some of the Millette Soames activities as well. So I'll hand it over to Jane briefly, if you don't mind.
Really brief, I've been told to be brief.
Keep the meeting short.
Yeah, it's a long meeting.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
I've been working on over the summer on ReCal, the OPM project, the Film School Building Committee, the Select Board Retreat, MBTA communities, and supporting a number of board initiatives and subcommittees and staff initiatives. But the Climate Week we're going to do, it's a new thing, we haven't done this in town. When I sat down with staff earlier this week to start planning it, we have pages and pages of different ways that we have done a number of energy saving and climate related activities, including expanding our EV fleet, variables, motors, all kinds of things, lots of technical stuff. So we're gonna package it and talk about it in our community, and I'll be reaching out to a variety of local boards, committees, commissions, and community groups who have been involved in these efforts, like the Town Forest Committee, the Trails Committee, Concom, and the Garden Club. Because we've done just kind of a whole lot of amazing things, and we really wanna highlight that, and it will culminate in the opening of the Millette Soames Morgan conservation land, do ribbon cutting. There will be a fantastic event. The community is going to be invited. Once we nail down the date, because we're trying to coordinate that with Congressman Moulton's office and our delegation, we'll issue a press release. Everybody will be invited. It's gonna be a great time. So I think people will be kind of surprised at all that's actually gone on over the last 5 to 6 years. Thank you.
All right. Next on the agenda is interview Christine, and we don't do this too often in our own sessions, but Christine, if you come to the podium and just, a few words about yourself and why you want to be on the Town Forest Committee.
My name is Christine Lusk. I've lived in Reading about 19 years. I've been on town meeting, I should have known this, but I'm gonna say approximately 8 years. I've been on school council since my son was in 2nd grade and he just graduated, so a lot of years. And I'm passionate about the town forest. When I'm not disabled, I am in the town forest probably 4 times a week with my dog, and sometimes with my husband, sometimes with my kids. And I love the town forest. I knew that they were looking for members to join the town forest. And I was looking for another volunteer opportunity in town, so it just seemed like a good fit.
Thank you. Any questions from the board? Chris?
Thanks, Carla, and thanks, Christine. Have you been over to the Grove Street parking lot yet to see how that's been working out, or?
Yes, I have. I haven't been to the town forest that much just because I'm in a walking group, but I have been to the new parking lot. I do like it. I don't necessarily love how the first way you would think of going in is straight uphill and then downhill, just for mobility issues, somebody in a baby carriage, I feel like that's not ideal. But there is the other path that takes you along Grove Street to come into the town forest the traditional way. I do love that there's a parking lot. I know that parking's not an issue there, but I do feel bad for the residents because there's always cars, on Family Circle. I think those residents especially feel like everybody enjoying the town forest are kind of parking in their yards, and the current parking, it's sort of muddy there. So I do love that we have the parking lot to give people people some options to park that are not right along the street. And I do hope that it makes the residents of Grove Street a little happier.
Do you think there has to be like a sign or something pointing out which direction? Because I know what you mean about going up the hill in the back.
You know, it was funny, we spoke about that the last town force meeting, you know, that is sort of the way that they would expect people to go, and I do think maybe some signage would be a good idea, just letting people know like, hey, you can also go to Grove Street this way. Yes.
Thank you. Anyone else? Okay.
No, just wanna thank you for stepping up, and I appreciate the chair coming and making a statement on your behalf, and that's great, appreciate that. We always appreciate that when chairs are willing to put the time up. So thank you, we need the help.
Well, thank you for your time.
Thank you very much.
We have a motion.
Yep, move to appoint Christine Less to a full member on the Town Forest Committee with a term expiring June 30th, 2027.
Second.
Thank you. Any discussion? Seeing none. All those in favor? 5-0. Thank you.
Thank you.
Guys. All right. Next item on the agenda, review and vote on request from Community Planning and Development Commission member Guy Manganiello to approve the exemption pursuant to GLC 268AS19 parentheses B1, thereby allowing him to participate in certain zoning matters. I have been speaking to state ethics, and I am going to recuse myself for this agenda item and hand over the gavel to Karen. And the conflict, it really hasn't been resolved, but the current conflict is that I own a property in the downtown, so I'm going to recuse myself and leave the room.
And like last time, I will be joining Carlo as well for the same reason.
So this isn't a hearing.
No.
Okay, so should we take somebody from the public? Are there any comments from the public first before select board members talk?
Nancy Doctor.
Can you come up, please, Nancy?
I said it was not a hearing.
Nancy Doctor, Pearl Street and Precinct 1 Town Meeting member. I think any developer that's on this type of board should be held to a higher, not lower standard. And so I'd like you to keep that in mind. I do appreciate both of the select members recusing themselves because of a conflict of interest, and I think that should be your guide. Because volunteers have to abide by Mass General Law for ethics and for legality reasons, particularly about conflict of interest. So I think if we look at the select board's modeling, that should guide your vote. If you cannot actually be in a discussion, you should recuse yourself. And if you cannot actually then stay involved in a board, you should resign. Thank you.
Anybody online? Okay, board members.
We do have Guy online if you would like for him to speak.
You guys have a problem with that? No? Okay, I think that'd be wonderful, thanks.
Good evening. Can you all hear me okay?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, sorry about that. I was having a bit of a Zoom issue there and logged me out. Thank you all for taking your time this evening to listen and rule on this matter. For the record, my name is Guy Manganiello and I'm a sitting CPDC voting member. And I placed this request in, with the understanding that in my opinion, and I'm sure you've seen Andrew's notes on this, that we're both of the opinion that the two properties in question that I own would not be positively impacted by the zoning of the MBTA communities. And furthermore, I have no additional properties or projects that would be coming in front of the CPDC that would have anything to do with MBTA zoning at this present time, or that we will pipeline. So what I've done for us this evening, just to kind of hash it out so everyone had the full understanding and information, I put together a little spreadsheet that shows the two properties in question. It's going to show the density of those properties as they sit today and how that bumps up against the proposed MBTA communities, just so we can all be on the same page and understand that there truly is no conflict from my perspective. And I'm sure once you see the figures, you would agree. Is it okay if I share that?
Yes, please.
Okay, thank you. Let's see here. There we are. You know if we can all see that, okay? I'll enlarge it because I know you guys are on the screen. Is that visible to you?
Yes.
Okay, great. So the first property in question is 18-20 Arlington Street. And for the record, neither of these, I believe, fall in more than one proposed plan. So each property is in a certain potential offering from the that'll be presented. It's an option, right? So 18-20 Arlington Street, as it resides today, is a two-family. The lot size is 4,961 square feet, and the density on it today is 17.6. MBTA housing would have a density of 15, and therefore I'm already exceeding that. So no additional units can be derived, whether this was included in one of the proposed plans or not. The next property in question is 459 Main Street, and that was a gentleman earlier had mentioned that had been a project that went in front of CBDC, was denied, and then litigated, and a resolution was resolved. In this instance, the lot size is 10,210 square feet. We're currently approved for 10 residential and commercial space, totaling 11 units. Therefore deriving a total density of 47 units per acre. Again, with MBTA, it would be 15, so we're already 3x plus that value. So I think, before we took the conversation any further, I think the most important piece of this is understanding what's in front of us today and what was being called into conflict with what I felt needed to be discussed, so that we can all have the, being conscious of understanding that we're approaching this from a purely, beneficial, what's most benefiting Reading. So I think that information there should give everyone a clear understanding. Any questions on this, or have we derived the figures?
I have one question. You mentioned Andrew's notes. Has anyone seen those, or can we look at those? I didn't hear this.
I don't know which notes he's talking about.
Yeah, Guy, you mentioned Andrew had notes discussing
I
this.
think just run the same calculations that I had.
Okay, got it. Okay, it was these calculations. Okay, got it. That's what I was trying to understand.
To be fair, these are not his, these are mine.
Yeah.
But it's the same formula. To calculate density, we take the lot size, we divide that by the square feet of an acre. That gives us a percentage, right? Because it's of how many square feet that is per acre. Gives us a percentage, and then we take that factor by the amount of units and we divide it, and that gives us the units per acre, right? That's the formula that's used to derive units per acre, which is our density factor. So that's how we get to that.
Do you have a question?
Comment, not question.
Okay, could I ask you a question? Couple questions, two questions.
Yes, please.
Have you reached out to the ethics of the state, those folks, and spoke with them about your situation?
I have not.
Okay, because I'm a little concerned having our two select board members having left the building. I'm sure they're still in the building. But they've left the room, and it seems to me that it might be a really good idea for you to personally reach out to the State Ethics Commission and be very clear about this. And then my other question was, I appreciate you filed the disclosure. I filed a number of those myself, and that's very much appreciated. I would like to understand who are the other business partners at 459 Main Street?
Sure. Yeah, so that 459 Main Street is there's 4 of us in total. One of them is my brother-in-law, Giuseppe Guy Federa, the Reading resident. The one is my wife's first cousin, Giuseppe C. Federa, Reading resident. And the last partner is Robert Johnson, not a Reading resident.
Okay. So, so I'm not really surprised that, well, I am surprised. I've never had this situation come before the select board before, but I did raise a concern in your initial VASC meeting about, you know, the number of times your partners have come before the select board or appeared before CPDC or other boards, and my concern was that that was gonna be problematic for you, and I know at that time, you told us that you had no business before CPDC and it wasn't an issue, and at the same time, I realized you hadn't served on one of these boards before, but it's probably becoming more clear, you know, how your business and your relationship with your partners is gonna kind of throw you some curveballs in terms of conflicts while you're serving on this board. And I appreciate you stepping up all the same.
Yeah, no, I can appreciate that, Karen. As far as I know, right, they have no further projects coming in front of the CPDC either. So I don't quite see where the conflict lies there. I know they've been in front of you before, but so have been scores of other people, right? So when you live in Reading, one can only assume that a neighbor or a friend, a family member, or a colleague may come in front of the board, and I think that's the whole point of one person recusing himself when there's a conflict. So I have no issue doing that if the occasion did arise, as I did the other night. But yeah, I mean, tonight we're strictly speaking about this instance here, whereas I own property that could potentially be impacted, and I think we're clearly demonstrating here that there is no positive outcome for either one of those properties.
And to follow on the 459 Main Street property, we were told earlier that a lawsuit was filed against the town. Were you party to that?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, well, thank you. Mark, I defer to you.
Yeah, thank you. So I guess more just kind of comment discussion in terms of where we are and what's going on. I too was very uncomfortable with having a developer be part of CPDC. I don't think it's right. I think it is asking for conflicts to come up. And even if it's not a specific one at this point or not, the fact that that having a developer there, I think is just not the right transparent message that we're looking for. I do appreciate that you brought these forward. I think you do need to go to state ethics on them. I am concerned about them. There are other business partners. The MBTA communities, the final presentations aren't here yet. What town meeting decides to do is still up in the air also, so things could change. And I would not be comfortable changing the rules essentially to say that there's no conflict. I believe that there is one, and I'm voting that way.
What would the conflict be, if I may ask?
That the subject matter could impact you depending on what the discussions are, either in front of CPDC or at town meeting. And that the vote at CPDC having influence potentially over what town meeting is going to do. I think that that's just at minimum, the appearance of impropriety and possibly more, and I wouldn't be comfortable with that.
So may I ask one further question?
Sure.
Do you agree that neither of these two properties have a positive impact from any of the, well, if MBTA remains at a 15 unit per acre density, you would agree that neither of these properties could be positively impacted by that.
I think one of our earlier speakers mentioned that there still could be issues coming forward to CPDC related to one or both of these properties. And I have a problem with that, whether it's MBTA oriented or not.
But that's not why I'm filing for exception though, right?
So you're filing for an exception based on,
If we come forward for signage, right, I'm just gonna recuse myself, step out of the room, or not attend that meeting.
I
Right?
understand,
That's a different discussion, but strictly for MBTA.
where MBTA is not yet
Whether or not-
resolved, where MBTA is not yet resolved and the discussion could impact these properties or others through relations that you have with partnerships, that's where I am not comfortable.
Right, but that's a rabbit hole for anybody that sits on the board, has a friend that owns a property that resides in one of these. I mean, I guess is that what you're saying at this point, that every person that has an acquaintance that owns a property in there?
I'm saying that every developer on the board is in that situation where I have a problem.
Developer, but a landowner could equally benefit from this, correct?
A landowner could,
Right, so what's the difference?
that the ethics regulations are written in a way where you appropriately came forward with a disclosure, but I think that it requires a determination from them. I as a board member would not support any kind of relaxation of the regulations.
No, I understand. I'm asking specifically, would you agree that these two properties aren't gonna positively be impacted by MBTA?
So where I'm reviewing this is that there's a question of should there be a relaxation of the ethics code related to this? And my answer is no.
So I
don't, yeah.
So I think it's a couple things. First of all, I'm not sure this is a relaxation of the ethics code. He's asking for a waiver, and we have done those waivers in the past for multiple reasons for various committees and boards. That's first. Second, I think my recommendation to you guys would be, let's have Guy go to the Ethics Commission, speak to them about them, give them the information and see what they say. It's also my understanding that Carlo and Chris are waiting to hear back from ethics, whether they can even have any input. So my suggestion would be to put this on a future agenda, as a future agenda item, and see what the Ethics Commission says. And then we are crossing our eye, T's, dotting our I's, doing all the right things. Because then we don't put MBTA communities at risk of making a wrong decision along the way. So that's what I would suggest, is if we could just have Guy talk to ethics, have Chris and Carlo follow up with them, and then put it on as a future agenda item.
So to be clear, excuse me, so to be clear, because this says review and vote, and I think I would vote no tonight. What I wanna understand is, if my two colleagues ever recuse themselves tonight for this discussion, I would expect that Mr. Manganiello is gonna need to recuse himself from future MBTA communities discussions until such time that the State Ethics Board says it's okay. And if it,
Agree. Yeah, no, I don't disagree with you.
okay, because I don't know if he already has, and the chair just walked in.
And I don't disagree with you at all. I thought what Carlo said when he walked out is, I'm still waiting to hear back an answer. That's all I'm saying, that's why I'm saying we don't vote tonight, we put it on as a future agenda item, and then hear what the ethics board says. Maybe I miss.
I think I'm okay with that, with Karen's proviso, which is that until there's clarity that it can't participate in those discussions.
Yes, I agree.
I'd be fine with that.
I'm agreed.
May I say something?
Mm-hmm.
Just a little bit of advice. You, as a board, cannot tell another board member that they have to recuse themselves.
I'm sure you're right. We just expressed our opinions.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure you understood that.
Thank you.
So maybe our suggestion could be that
guy recuse himself until he gets an answer from the ethics committee on whether he can participate, then we can come back to this, whether we want to allow him to have that waiver once we hear back from the ethics.
I'm good with that.
I think that would be a good step, good next step. I would check with them. Have anything
Sure, yeah,
else?
I'm happy to do so. I'll do so immediately tomorrow. And just one further comment, this was brought up. Mark, the whole point of me joining was to bring the perspective of the developer in front of a board that deals strictly with developments. I think it's an insight that's lost, has been lost, or at least not had. And I think it brings some great, I hope to bring some great insights to the board. So I was doing this more so from the spirit of, hey, here's how things are viewed and how that can maybe help shape and assist some conversations. So I think it's a net benefit. I can understand the appearance and I appreciate that. But you know, we're all operating under the assumption that we're people of high integrity, and I hope that shines through.
Okay, so I think we're done. So we invite Chris and Carla back then? So we talk about the town election.
Okay, so that's over. All right, so I see Laura at the podium, so we discuss moving our annual town election.
So, I've been, at your request, I've done a little bit of research on the potential or possibility of moving the town election, assuming that you're considering to move it into May. As far as the town clerk's office is concerned in running the elections, it really doesn't matter whether it's in April, May, or June. My preference would be either keep it in May or keep it in April or move it to May, not to June. June will become an issue with heat and having election staff. This will not require a charter change. It actually only requires a bylaw change. So there'll be several areas within the bylaw that will need to be changed, but that we can work with the bylaw committee to make those changes. Just a couple things to be aware of. Currently, the town meeting warrant, Article 1 is the is election, and then it goes from there. If you move the election into May, we will have to get out of that practice of having Article 1 as the election. We'd have to have two separate warrants, which is not a problem. There's nothing in the law, the bylaw, or the charter stopping us from doing that. It's just a tradition within Reading. One potential problem to be aware of is that if you move it into May, so let's say you move it to like the first Tuesday or the second Tuesday of May, you're running into a potential problem with town meeting because you cannot have town meeting continue on beyond the election. Meaning that you can't start town meeting with one set of town meeting members, have the election, have another set of town meeting members to finish town meeting. So you'd want to make sure that you plan the election to happen in such a way that town meeting is not going to affect it. And there's two solutions to that. Move it so that you move the election to the first or second Tuesday of May, and then move town meeting as well, so it happens after the election. Or keep town meeting as it is and move the election so that it happens after town meeting at the end of May. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Just kind of a few things to keep in mind. There's some, I spoke with town council a little bit, and she had some concerns. One of them was at this, what I just mentioned about town meeting. And then another thing to be aware of is that once you make this change, whatever year you make this change, town meeting members are gonna have an extra month or more of time of service. Questions?
Oh, last minute.
Thanks, Laura. So I guess there's no real downside to doing it, other than if we did the third Tuesday in May or something, have it be, because the election's the first Tuesday in April, right? So if we did the
Correct.
third
As
Tuesday
long
in
as-
May,
Correct, as long as we pay attention to how town meeting fits in there, yes. There's not really a downside. If you move it into June, there will be.
and then it's just a bylaw change, would that have to come through us still after the fact, or no?
It'll have to go to town meeting.
Okay,
So to go to the bylaw committee, I will work with the bylaw committee to make the changes. And then it'll have to go to town meeting to make the bylaw changes.
so I'm not saying that it's up to us, like who makes this decision to just move elections like that, but is it something that, I mean, have you heard the other side to this scenario, like, let's keep it here because of X, Y, Z, or no one has really,
From Reading residents or from?
anybody
No.
ever?
Not really, no. I mean, this is the first I've started questioning it. There are other towns that have moved their elections to be in May. The thing that, as far as Mass General Law, is that the election and town meeting have to be done by the end of June. So you have to make sure that the timing, I mean, if we have a town meeting that goes into 6 nights, we move it in so that town meeting happens in May. So let's say that you decide you want to do the first Tuesday in May for the election. You move town meeting after that, then you're gonna run into going into June, you have a 6-night, 7-night town meeting, you're gonna run into the possibility of not finishing it until the end of June. Now, keep in mind, in Reading, and this is something that I have to verify, but I'm almost positive that being done by the end of June means also that 7-day waiting period of town meeting. So once town meeting adjourns sine die, we have 7 days, which means that town meeting has to end within 7 days of June 30th.
Yeah, so I don't see us going for the June scenario. I guess we had a taste of the May election stuff where it's not cold out, putting signs in the ground. Then we had, I guess the biggest thing is the turnout for something that happened in May wasn't numbers that anyone could have predicted. And if we can get more turnout in the future because of a change like that, I mean, that's kind of what I'm heading towards, and it's the same amount financially, so.
I have to say that, I mean, I don't know this for sure, but I'm willing to say that the reason why the turnout at that May special election was higher than predicted was because of vote by mail, not because of the timing.
Okay. But even, well, compared with the April election?
No, it was the same.
I thought the May election the turnout was higher than the April
In
election.
the April election,
Yes.
we didn't have an April election.
March,
March.
Sorry.
that's what he meant.
It was in March. No, it wasn't higher.
Are you sure?
Yeah, no. How about if we check it out?
You can check it out, Laura.
I think you're referring to in person.
No,
Yeah,
I'm
vote?
saying
Oh.
the total amount of vote I thought was significantly higher in May. If it wasn't, if it's the same, then,
Locally, I thought it was too, but I'm not sure either,
I thought it was higher.
because it was a primary.
March
Oh.
was the primary.
Okay, that's the catch. You have to go to the prior election that was not a primary and base the numbers off that. Sorry,
Hopefully I filled in my stats for the last couple elections. And I can, I'm sorry?
No, I was saying if you filled them in, then Chris has his answers.
Hopefully I did. Let's see. So, the total votes cast for the May was 6,020, which was a 29.8% turnout. For March, for the local election, it was 7,350, which was a 35.6% turnout. If you go back to April of 2023, it was 4,640, which is a 22.72% turnout.
So yeah, that's my thing, because the
I s-
primary being added there inflated that number, but a typical election, we were getting 4,000 votes compared to a May special, which is 6,000.
So in looking at that, let's take a look at a little bit of comparison. When you do vote by mail ballots, at the April of 2023, there was 627 vote by mail ballots. At the May of 2024, there's 3,164 vote by mail ballots. That's the reason for the increase, not the timing.
But why would, nobody knows.
That's a massive
Why more people, that's 3,000 mail-in votes.
Because in January of 2023 or 2024, they were all, every registered voter was mailed a postcard. Do you want vote by mail ballots for the presidential election? They checked all elections. They automatically got a vote by mail ballot for May, whether they wanted it or not.
So those 3,000 weren't turned in, they were mailed out.
No, those were turned in.
Those were turned in, that's what I thought, yeah, okay, yeah.
But I see what you're saying, because on a non-presidential election year, would those postcards still go out in January?
No,
Okay,
That's the difference.
they only go out during state election years.
yeah, okay, so 2026 will be the next one.
Correct.
So April of '25, you don't anticipate a surge amount of votes
The normal,
Mail-in
the
ballots.
normal.
No.
because of the mail-in
It'll be pretty
ballots.
much the normal. So we are not the town is not required to send out postcards as the state is. However, in 2023, we put a vote by mail application in with the census. And we still only got 627 back.
Well, you can't argue with 3,000 mail-in votes, so.
Any other questions from?
My only question would be if it did shift to May and you did town meeting before the election, would you overlap April spring break?
That would depend on when if you leave town meeting the way it is, no.
Can you leave town meeting the way it is and still do a May election though?
Yes, as long as you keep in mind that you're gonna run into a problem with the fact that town meeting could possibly not end before the election.
Yes, okay.
So we'd have to do third or fourth.
Good, you.
Yes, I'm not sure I understand what the real motivation here is in trying to move it. If it was specifically to get more people to vote, it seems that whatever the mechanism, people now may know what mail-in ballots are about. That may be something that's happening. Can't answer that definitively, but it may be that that's part of what's going on here. If the real motivation was kind of, hey, let's get out of the lousy weather, this is New England. I think we can handle it. I'm not sure what the motivation is to move things here. I guess I'm not feeling it strongly. Again, if I saw, and we all saw a huge increase in turnout that would happen, sure, that makes it very interesting. Other than that, I'm not sure why we'd move it. It seems like a hassle. I'm usually at hey, let's find a better way, change it, but this feels like I'm not seeing the motivation.
From my perspective, like I said, it doesn't matter when we hold it, but, so one thing that I can say that, and this is proving statewide, is that the voter turnout is increasing throughout the state with both vote by mail. The vote by mail ballots is what's increasing. What's gonna be interesting is in November of 2020, we had 10,096 vote by mail ballots returned. it'll be interesting to see how many's returned in this November. I'm willing to bet it's gonna go way above that.
Present, yeah. I put this on the agenda because I think it was just a discussion, and I would be more apt to do what Wakefield does and go at the end of April. I know 3 weeks doesn't make a big difference, but it does weather-wise. It is New England, and for Laura to say, I was expecting, oh, this is gonna be a you-know-what show, but not hearing that. And it doesn't mess with any potential special elections or other primaries, it doesn't mess with anything. Our September elections, there's no conflicts if we move our annual election.
Not that I'm aware of.
So I would throw out there, and we can end it or keep talking, is May is kind of questionable. Yeah, it was nice, that weather. I don't foresee too many special elections. I just heard one maybe in June, but that's not for, any of us or school committee. That's for a project. But I would advocate for the end of April, just to give us that extra 3 weeks of hopefully more spring weather. May, it was nice, don't get me wrong. But I think it's too late.
May I ask a question?
Yeah.
So if you advocate for end of April for the election, what would you suggest for a town meeting? After. Another thing to just be aware of is that currently, as we've discussed at the presidential primary, you move the election so that it happens on the same day of March. And I have stated that my name will not be attached to that ever again, but just so you know, if you make it to the end of April, it's gonna be harder to move it to the same day as the primary.
Yeah, that's the potential problem.
Well, for me, it's better because you can't do it to me.
You're retiring soon anyway. Listen,
That was gonna be my question. So then, in that instance, the town's gonna be looking at running 2 elections.
It is still running 2 elections. It's just that
Not the same
from
day.
my perspective, it's running 2 elections, no matter what you do.
yeah,
But
right.
you will have one in March and you will have one in April. You won't be able, and like I said, if I'm here in 4 years, I won't do it.
You wouldn't run them together
No.
again? Okay, all right, so it wouldn't really matter anyway.
And the reason why is I've always said when it comes to the work or what needs to be done, given the right resources, we can accomplish anything. But it's not fair to the voters. There's too many voters that their ballots did not count because they were run on the same day. And what happened is a lot of them got the first ballot, they got the second ballot, and they thought we sent them 2. And they never sent back that second ballot because they screamed at us for screwing up.
Yeah.
That's one. Some of them took 2 ballots and returned them back in the same envelope, thinking that they were gonna save town money. And that discounted their votes. We had to reject those. So things like that happen. It's not fair to the voters to hold with vote by mail. It's simply because of vote by mail that I'm saying I won't do it again.
Any,
Thanks. So if you had your decision, Laura, on all the scenarios that have just come forward, what would you pick? Laura can make the decision, what is it? I just want your opinion. It's not the decision, I just want to hear what you would prefer to do.
My opinion is that you can hold the election anytime you would like, as long as it does not interfere with town meeting.
But you don't want the double election scenario, and we can avoid the double election by moving the election
That's true.
currently. But you won't commit to saying you
I'm a
want it
neutral-
May,
I'm a neutral
third week
party.
in May,
I'm Switzerland.
Switzerland?
I must remain neutral at all times. You tell me what you want me to do, you give me the resources, I will accomplish it.
I'll talk to you after, Laura. We'll hash this out.
any other,
One more question. Do we think that we run into too many conflicts of interest if we move town meeting to May?
in what way?
In just like end of school year stuff at the high school, spring sports for parents,
graduations, proms, like, I'm just thinking of a variety of things. April's kind of a month that there's not a lot going on for families.
It's a transition month from certain
I
things.
just think
yeah.
that kids coming home from college are in May, like, I don't know, I just wonder if town meeting in May would be tricky for people.
Let's move election to February. There's nothing going on in February.
Fair.
March is great.
Can we do town meeting in March? That would be amazing.
Get that out of the way, yeah, that'd be nice.
But that's the only thing I'm saying is that a concern? I don't know.
Yeah, good point. Yeah, Karen?
I'm just, I don't disagree that, it's nicer, having nicer weather, to try to speak with people. And people were more willing to speak, because they were out and about enjoying the weather. So I'm just looking at some of the other towns around here. Wilmington, Wakefield, and Arlington all start their town meetings end of April. I was gonna ask you, and maybe this is a question for the moderator, these open town meetings seem to go in 2 nights. I think Arlington's representative, and they had 66 articles this year, so that was at least 4 nights. And I've heard from their staff in previous years, their town meetings were really long too. So what I see is that town meetings are happening in late April, early May, they're getting done. But I see in these open meetings, it's only 2 nights, so it's maybe a smaller commitment for some communities. Can you just remind me again, was there a conflict between having an election on, say, April 20th and then starting town meeting like 7 days later, or is that the requirement? I'm sorry, I was still taking notes from the previous article.
There isn't a particular requirement as far as I know. I'd have to double check, but I don't think that there's a requirement on the time frame between the election and town meeting, except to allow time for me to certify it. It has to be certified, the election has to be certified before town meeting starts, so that the town meeting members, and it takes at least 7 days, so yeah.
Okay, so
that
I
answers your
thought I heard you
question.
say 7 days, so we would wanna realistically.
Yep.
Okay.
So North Reading recently, or in the last few years, moved their town meeting and their election, so it happens in June. But since I've been here, their town meeting has never been more than 1 night.
That's open too, I believe.
So we'll move to North Reading. All right.
Switch to open town meeting.
How do we switch to open town meeting?
Not on the agenda,
That would,
Not on the agenda.
that would take a major change.
not on the agenda.
Charter changes what?
That would take a major change.
Stop talking, thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else? I think, well, but not, no, we're not taking public comment, sorry, no. I mean, any one of us. All right, thank you, Laura. I guess stay where you are for the,
Thank you.
and I guess if, I think we discussed it enough, then we'll see what happens.
Do I have any direction or just gonna?
This was a discussed night, I think, is there any, okay, good point. Is there any consensus or any direction that anyone wants to go in? I heard Mark, keep it the same. Chris?
It's hard for me, I made the argument that, voter turnout, I didn't realize the semantics that it was mail-in kind of thing. So higher voter turnout would mean move the election. Since it's the same,
Yeah.
I mean, yes, it would be me saying that it's nicer weather. I would assume that would increase more turnout because more people are out and about. But that doesn't seem to really take fruit. But how long are we talking to really go through this with the bylaw thing? Like, are we talking, it's like multiple meetings and long hours and all this, or is it like?
Well, it'll take a little bit for the, it'll take a little bit for the bylaw committee to come up with something, and I would work with them. And we'd have to also pretty much pull town council in on that too, to make sure that we get, because as it pertains to elections, we want to make sure that we get it right. So will it happen so you can make it to November town meeting? No. Can we do it in April? Possibly, which means it won't take effect until 2026.
I think I'm more apt to just keep it the way that it is then. It doesn't, I would prefer it, but it just seems like there's a lot of moving parts and it still runs the risk of failing at town meeting for whatever reason anyway. So
Melissa?
like, why would we spend the money?
I feel like just keeping it the same makes more sense at this point. I worry about moving town meeting to May. I just think it could get tricky. Don't get me wrong, I would love to do things in the warmer weather, but I think at this point it just makes sense to keep it the same.
Karen? Any opinion or any comment?
I only see that we could move it out 2 weeks, and that would be fine with me. I think that late April, beginning of May, it's all the same. I remember discussions that we had in town meeting years and years ago, and I don't remember what the topic was, but there were a lot of folks who called themselves snowbirds and were concerned that decisions were being made while they hadn't yet returned from Florida. So pushing out an election a little bit later sort of helps that population that tends to go south for the winter. But I agree, you don't wanna have it during school vacation week, so that really we could move it 2 weeks if we
Do you
wanted
have
to.
the calendar open?
I had this year's calendar
this
open,
year's.
so it's still, it's around the 4th, and usually it's in the 20s of school vacation, so I didn't pull up 25 yet, or 26.
I agree with you when you said the snowbird thing, cause a lot of people do go south, but I think we don't have that issue with mail-in ballots anymore. So we kind of get around that part of it.
I'm open to the 2 weeks. But 2 weeks seems easier, like less headache for people if they were gonna change things because it's not conflicting with other things.
But if it does fall on April vacation, which
Yeah.
moves all the time because Easter moves, that's a problem.
So this year, if you went 2 weeks out, that's April vacation.
Right.
Elections April 8th this year, that would move it to April 22nd, which is dead center April vacation.
Yeah, it's gonna be different every year.
Yeah.
Because Easter moves almost a month. April vacation, April vacation's in April, but it varies, it's not, it's
It doesn't vary,
always.
but not by Easter.
Yeah, not by Easter, sorry, not by Easter, but it does move sometimes. All right, I mean, I would love to push it 2 weeks, but it sounds like a lot of work and I think for now, we'll just thank you for helping us. And
Anytime.
yeah, all right. So now we're gonna just close the warrant for the state primary.
So pretty simple, just the warrant for the September 3rd election.
Do we have something to sign? Right, we have- There's no motion, right? No.
No, there is.
There is?
There's no, you have to vote on it.
Okay,
And then-
motion please.
Yep. Move that the board close the warrant for the state primary to be held on September 3rd, 2024.
Second.
Second, thank you. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor? 5-0, thank you. Thank you, Laura.
Thank you.
Laura.
Thank you very much.
Get this signed. It's just, all right. Look at us, ahead of schedule. Next on the agenda, trash talk on the trash contract with Republic and a barrel update. So we'll have Chris take it away.
Might say it's a barrel of hops.
Mine was better.
Do we have anybody from Republic in the room or on the Zoom yet?
Yes, Dan Higgins.
Okay, Dan, okay, very well. Okay, so Dan Higgins from Republic is here. So we'll turn it over. Chris, Jane has a few words as well. So.
Just as a, by way of preamble, what we're really looking for from the board tonight is some guidance vis-a-vis the size of recycling barrels to procure. We'd like to get the procurement underway and start planning a rollout for the carts in spring. Otherwise, the rollout will be too close to snow and season. Chris is going to cover Republic's proposal to us, which gives us a lot of data to inform how, what the future sort of is looking like for our trash contracts and for collection. So there's a real concern around doing, you don't have to decide anything now about weekly or bi-weekly collections for recycling or bulk inclusion in our trash contract, but we want you to have the data so you can make an informed decision as we look for that guidance on the size of the barrels that we want to procure. So that is the primary goal for this evening. There is a gentleman here from a couple of folks, actually looks like from Republic Services that are here. So I will ask the DPW Director, Chris Cole, to begin his presentation. Thank you, Chris.
Thank you, Jane. So as Jane said, there are a couple of representatives here from Republic, so after the presentation, you can even ask them any questions you would like on their proposals, operations, whatever you may want to discuss with them. So as, Caitlin, can you put the presentation up, please?
Yes, one moment.
Bless you. Thank you. It's gonna get one more, it's gonna be one more.
Three.
I always get three.
The other,
It's page 22 of the packet.
Yeah, scroll.
oh, okay, yeah.
The old one.
Which one?
That's the presentation that was given at town meeting. This is the one that I submitted to you that was,
Okay, so which one do you want?
Proposal.
The other one?
Yeah,
Yeah, the other one,
it's
yeah.
in the packet. You can just share the packet if you don't have it.
There's a couple in the packet.
Yeah, it's page 22 in the packet.
The title is Republic Services Proposals, right?
Okay.
there we go. Thank you, Caitlin.
Oh, sorry.
So you can go to the second slide right away. So just a little background here. So we're here tonight because Republic has given us some proposals for the board to consider. As Jane said, the ultimate outcome that we'd like from the board tonight is a decision on what size carts we should proceed with ordering for trash and recycling. But the proposals will at least give the boards, an idea of what's out there for options, for going forward. There are 6 proposals to look at, all containing automated collection with 5 additional years. The major question is going to be for recycling, whether we go with a 64 or a 96 gallon cart, and also weekly versus bi-weekly recycling. Bi-weekly meaning every collection will be every other week. Any included amenities that we currently have in our contract with Republic would remain, even if we go out via an RFP in a couple of years once our current contract expires. I intend to keep those same amenities the same, such as curbside leaf collection, scrap metal, and paper shredding. Bulk waste pickup is another thing that you should keep in mind, because bulk waste could either be included in the contract as it is now, where residents are allowed 1 bulk item per week they can dispose of, or the other option is to remove bulk waste from the contract and allow the residents to just schedule payment pickup directly with the trash hauler for a given fee. And as I said, carts will be ordered once the board decides on the best path forward as far as what sized carts we should go for. Next slide, Caitlin. So I just put this up there because Republic gave this to us as a hypothetical proposal, but manual collection is a thing of the past. You are no longer going to be able to do manual collection. Automated is the way of the future. But if hypothetically, we were to remain with manual collection, these are the prices that they're saying that you would see, and you can see they're outrageous. $7 million in FY '31. Next slide, Caitlin. So if you can see this, can we zoom in a little bit on that, Caitlin, possibly?
A little more.
Yeah,
Little bit.
little bit. That's better. Yeah. Yeah. I might have you scroll down just a minute once we get down to the bottom a little bit, but I think you, Mark, had requested that we just put that first line on that, so that is another hypothetical pricing. So currently, the contract we have increases 3% each year. And if we were to extend that out, 6 years to coincide with the proposals that Republic has given us, what would that final dollar amount for contract value look like? Like a 3% increase a year, just to compare something to.
Comparing to what we can't have.
Yeah, exactly, yeah. So the next one is the slide that I just showed you previously with, an additional, the next 6 years of manual collection and what those costs would be. But the first real proposal is number one there. And in your packets, what Republic submitted was labeled probably as 3A, 3B, and so forth. I just renumbered everything as 1 through 6 just to make it simpler. And the first one would be continuing manual collection through the expiration of our current contract on June 30th of '26. And then a 5-year extension with automated collection starting on July 1st, '26. So FY '26 would be a 3% increase, as it is our current contract. FY '27 would increase by 134%. And then beyond that, it was 8% across the board through FY '31. Option 2, automated collection would begin July 1st of '25. Weekly recycling and bulk waste would be included in the proposal as we have now. FY '26 would see a 25% increase, followed by 27% across the board through FY '31. Option 3, automated collection begins again July 1st, '25. Weekly recycling, but this time no bulk. Bulk would be paid entirely, paid in scheduled for by the resident. FY '26 would have a 22% increase, followed by 27% increases across the board. So it's a little slightly less than the prior one. Option 4, automated collection would start July 1st, '25. This is bi-weekly recycling, meaning recycling happens every other week and includes bulk waste collection. 24% increase in FY '26, and then 19% increase across the board through FY '31. Option 5 would be automated collection again, July 1st, '25. Bi-weekly recycling, but no bulk. The bulk would be paid for by the residents. FY '26 would have a 21% increase and then 19% across the board through FY '31. The last proposal would start automated collection July 1st, '25. Would retain the current contract pricing that we have now through FY '26, but would be bi-weekly recycling, no bulk, plus that 5-year extension. So the first year, since it's a current contract pricing, will be a 3% increase. FY '27 would then increase by 74%, followed by between 7 and 8% through FY '31. I will note, Caitlin, if you just scroll down just a little bit, please. Yep. So the gray line you see there at the bottom, it says estimated additional processing per ton recycling charge Those costs there are actually all included already in the price proposals that I just went through with you. I just wanted to show you what the actual estimated annual breakdown would be below. What this cost is based on what the market is doing for recycling. It's almost like an escalator, you know, so if the, you know, based on the cost the Republic has to incur for disposing of the recycling, sometimes it's not very favorable, and so they have to incur costs to the municipality per ton. So, yeah, that's everything on that slide. If you want to go to the next one, Caitlin.
Just ask you a question.
Sure.
You're good.
Between 5 and 6.
Yeah.
It was, I'm trying to remember the discussion, was 6 kind of a slightly improved offer versus 5? Otherwise, I'm not sure why.
Yeah, 6 was slightly better because 6 held the current contract pricing for that FY26 year.
Right. So there probably wouldn't be, I mean, if we were considering 6, 5 probably wouldn't make any sense, right?
Not financially.
Depends on your appetite for the budget as you move
Yeah.
out, because it changes.
But the budget is drastically different, you know, 19% increase each year versus
Seven times,
seven
yeah.
or eight, you know.
Yeah.
Then you have a 74% increase in that first year in the option 6, where you only have a 21 and a 19 in option 5.
We could do that present value one and figure out what the real cost is.
Melissa?
Can I just ask a quick question? So that additional processing and recycling charge, isn't that like the opposite of incentivizing towns to push recycling if they're charging you an extra fee to dump it?
Well, I mean, it is.
I mean, why would towns push recycling when it's just actually costing more money?
And I can let Republic speak for this if they want, but it's basically just because the market is so volatile. I see what you're saying,
Yeah.
but the market is just so volatile right now that the disposal costs are just through the roof.
I guess I don't want to see this happen, but I guess my question is if people didn't recycle and our cost there went down, would our trash costs go up then, or would it not?
The tonnage.
It would increase your tonnage.
Tonnage, okay, all right. Just talking.
Well, to Melissa's point, what you have to do is, yes, you see the 284, 328, and I brought this up to Jane and Chris during my presentation. When you see that that's the extra for the recycling, you have to factor in what is the increase on the actual trash disposal itself. So if trash itself was 100,000, then yes, you are being highly motivated to throw stuff in your trash as opposed to recycle, because it's costing you more. So I don't know if you guys were able to get the number for that, whatever we pay in tonnage for trash. Hopefully it's on par with this. But that's kind of where I left it last week.
Okay. Karen, do you have any questions at this point? All right, you have a few more slides. One more?
Yeah, next slide, Kim. So basically as I said, what we need the board to decide tonight is, you know, one, is there one of these options that the board may want to consider and move forward with for Republic? You know, do note that definitely if you were did go with the biweekly recycling option, it definitely would require a 96-gallon cart. What we're actually suggesting to the board is that the town go with the 96-gallon cart now, from what we've heard for recycling, even if it is just weekly, because then if down the road we want to switch at some point to bi-weekly recycling, we already have the 96-gallon cart in place. But if, you know, the board doesn't have to do anything with this proposal and, you know, our current contract will remain in effect through June 30th of '26, Myself, Jane, and other town staff are already in a working group with Mass DEP and other area towns to talk about the best way to put together new RFPs and contracts and so forth, working towards, you know, that getting that out. That is the preference of town staff because, you know, from talking to Mass DEP, the you know, getting the competitive pricing would be a better option to see what's really out there on the market. So yeah, the bottom line then is, you know, what size carts for both trash and recycling should the town order? And then just the last slide, Caitlin. So as far as cart rollout goes, as Jane mentioned at the beginning, once you determine the best path forward, including cart sizes, we'll order the carts. The lead time on these carts is 6 to 8 weeks, and then it takes about 3 weeks to deliver the carts to every household. So even if we order them now, we're pushing up against winter, and we really don't want to have to work the bugs out on this rollout like if there's snow on the ground. So we feel that the best option would be to hold off until spring and have a rollout in April. We'll order them now, but you know, do our rollout in April, and then we have plenty of time to get all the issues worked out with the rollout and so forth.
Is the money that we budgeted still in line with? Okay. Any other questions for Chris? Then I have some questions for Republic. Does anyone have questions for Chris?
Yes.
Yep.
You mentioned these barrels all have to be assembled once they get here. Would it be possible to, as they get assembled, you're gonna have to store them somewhere for 6 months? Have you considered putting out a memo to let residents start picking them up? Just kind of get ahead of that, and then you only have to deliver what's left in the spring?
That's definitely a conversation we can have. You know, again, it's a logistical thing, just trying to make sure we get the proper rollout, and because one of the things is making sure that, you know, we get a cart delivered to every household, you know, and making sure that that's verified and so forth. Definitely something we can discuss.
Anyone else? Listen.
Do we know where we'll store them?
Well, we'll have some that we store. I mean, we'll have to store them at our DPW garage.
Do you think they'll be able to store them? Is there, I mean, it's a lot of barrels.
Yeah, no, it's about 15,000 barrels, so, yeah.
I mean, if we went with the 96 gallons, that's a lot of large barrels.
They come disassembled, obviously
Yeah.
not, you know,
Okay.
it's still 96 gallons and whatever, but I believe our understanding is that we will order them now, we'll secure them now, we'll get the design and then we'll work with our vendor staff and a third party to do that assembly and that rollout, and that part takes a few weeks, but I don't think we're gonna get them all in 6 to 8 weeks and then store them for the winter here.
No.
There's a lot of planning that will go in, and we'll be working with a team to do this in an efficient manner and not have you know, and try to make sure that we're sorting out all the little pieces in advance and not have everybody just getting their deliveries and then have it snow. Like a nice October storm would really make this
We didn't get
super awful.
snow last year, so like.
No, I mean, you never know,
This is true,
Yeah, it's just-
anything can happen.
That's right, New England, we love you. So yes.
I do like Karen's idea that if we don't have to use the town resources and staff to deliver things and people are willing to pick them up, you know, obviously on volunteering.
Sure, I know that some folks are, like anxious because they're maybe somebody on this board has a barrel that's about to fall apart and doesn't want to buy a new one, I don't know, maybe. But, you know.
That's the problem.
Yeah, I know, I totally get it. And as Chris said, it's something that we can look at and see if there's maybe some folks want to pilot it. What I wouldn't want to do is make an additional problem or add complexity to delivering them boom, 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 boom down the streets and make it take longer because we got to skip a handful of houses.
I
So
got it.
that's the piece that I would just,
Thinking of
I'd wanna
that way.
think that through and plan that a little bit before we would commit
Because
to that.
this third-party company has done this process numerous times, so they have a system.
I wasn't thinking they just go down the street and they have to deliver them to everyone, so it's not a big deal. I wasn't thinking of it that way. Okay.
We have an example right outside of the 96.
That's a 96.
It's 96 right outside the door.
I'm gonna have to build a house for that.
The one thing that's really important to remember, I know that there are some folks that are concerned about how big they are and they're lighter. The recycling barrels are lighter. And what's really great, I don't know if people shop online, but I know I do. We get a lot of cardboard boxes and breaking them down and putting them in these barrels is a lot easier than 64-gallon barrels. And they're still very light and quite maneuverable. I have one of these at my house.
You do, you have this size?
Yeah, that's my recycling barrels.
You take the trash out? I mean, I don't even take the trash out.
I take the trash
Only
out.
gonna have to do it occasionally, but I wouldn't be looking forward to it.
If I can pawn it off on a child, maybe, but generally it's me.
Gets hard these days. Okay.
So I have two questions. First, how would we handle collecting people's barrels that we said we would pick up? Like, would we have?
That's another option, thing we're looking into logistics right now. There's a possibility that this third-party company, for an additional fee, would also take the old barrel and potentially bring it down to our DPW garage, put it in a dumpster for us to recycle and get rid of.
Would that put us over budget on the 900 thing, or are we?
I haven't got any pricing on that yet, so that's a further conversation, but it's an option.
And then in terms of the 96, I like the size of that barrel, et cetera, but I know there are people that aren't gonna be able to handle that barrel at all. That's like a high schooler compared to like some.
Especially in
yeah.
case it does ever snow again.
Yeah, like, I love it, I'm all for it, I'm gonna be using it, it's gonna be fantastic, but it ain't about me, it's about everyone else who can't. So like, I know we'll talk about that afterwards, what we're gonna do, but for me, that's great, for everyone else, it might not be.
I have a question, but I'm gonna preface that we can't discuss it, but I think you all know where I'm going with this question. Does the town seal have to be on the trash barrel?
No.
No, okay,
You can put whatever we want on it, you know,
Okay.
you can just say Town of Reading.
okay, all right, and that's, I have questions for the public, but that's, oh, and then one last thing, not a question, but I was last to have the meeting, my meeting was today because I was away, and I wanted to do it in person, and talked to Chris briefly about what this Chris mentioned about accommodations. That is very daunting for a lot of people. And I'm hoping that, DPW, will make some accommodations for people. So I don't want everyone to panic that they get that and it's just not manageable. Sure. I think we're willing to work. The town and DPW is willing to work with residents that are 100% adamant that it's too big.
Is there the possibility of allowing residents to get a smaller barrel?
Yeah, we're gonna consider that, on like a case-by-case basis, as it comes to us.
Okay.
I had briefly mentioned to Chris, and I don't know if you looked, you said that we did a survey back in the day. Did we actually do that where, like, based off the results, we can kind of
Yeah.
feel the temperature of where this is gonna go?
Yeah, it was actually a survey that Jane put out, so if you wanna talk a little about that, Jane, you can.
Yeah. I did that survey, it was a while ago, and I did an analysis on it too, which was a little inside baseball for my graduate degree, but a statistical analysis on it. It's kind of old now, so because the decision was made to procure carts and the 64-gallon cart, there's a correlation that's statistically significant, that house size leads to wanting larger carts or more carts, and so that was part of where we came up with the decision that there would be additional carts that could be rented, on an annualized basis for larger households. And it also informed us as to some folks wanted that correlated to age typically, that they might want a smaller cart. So we had a pretty good response rate on that. I don't remember what it was off the top of my head. But yeah, we have a survey, but it was really more for preparing for town meeting versus this conversation.
Because I'm more concerned with if 10% of the population would prefer a 32-gallon trash and recycle. I'm just throwing that number out there. I would have to assume it's gonna be 10%, like 1 in 10 people are gonna want the smaller one.
I don't think it was, yeah, I don't think you can draw that necessarily that correlation from it. But I can send you that number. The concern I have is I don't really wanna get where we're buying 3 or 4 sizes of barrels.
Oh, I agree.
You know, it's sort of like we'd like people to take the 64 gallon for the trash and the 96 gallon for the recycling and try it. And then there will be some we need to understand that will be, you know, not a great start. And so we can work with those folks. We'd like to kind of keep them at the 64 gallon, 32. The problem with some of the 32 gallons we've heard is that when you invert them, there's actually a suctioning effect and the bags don't always come out because they're so narrow at the bottom and the plastic, so if I'm not making that up. So that's kind of problematic as well, so.
My only concern is that if we anticipate, like how you mentioned, a case-by-case basis turns into 1,000 people, that's no longer a case-by-case basis. And I think in the beginning, it's gonna be a good portion. And then as people end up getting these and finding out, because people only find out at the last minute on a lot of things. It's unfortunate. I was one of those people before. But I think it's gonna cause a nightmare after the fact of people that didn't know about any of this, even though it's gonna be advertised a dozen times in mailings. We still have to do something for them. So I don't know how we can factor in some number.
I think part of that, I'm sorry, Matt,
I know it's worked in other towns too, the switch out. That we did it where I'm from, you know, everybody got the same one, and then if somebody needed a smaller one, they did it on a case-by-case basis, switched it out, and it worked fine, and we found that it wasn't as many people as we thought that wanted the smaller barrels once they got the larger ones, so.
So I guess in the trash scenario, you can always give the duplicates to the people that wanted the second barrel.
Right.
So that kind of works out there.
Yeah.
It's when there's no way someone's gonna want that 96, that, like, compared to who would want like the 32 scenario, like that margin is way,
It's much bigger than a 32 for sure.
oh yeah.
Okay. Thank you. I know I have a few questions for Republic, not many, but I'm sure the board might, so I don't know if whoever's here wants to come to the podium.
Mr. Chairman, Board, Town Leadership, Dan Higgins, Republic Services. Thank you for this discussion. This is very important to us. And the whole reason our company in the industry is moving away from manual collection, our current program is safety. That our drivers' jobs is the 5th most dangerous in the country. The application where you have a rear load truck with a helper in the back, that is like exponentially difficult. We had a fatality for one of our employees in another state who was on the rear of a truck in a similar truck that services Reading, and it was a fatality. And so we made a decision, and we have 2,400 contracts in the whole country, to not do manual going forward. So, our contract goes through 2026. We've been working with staff, town leadership since last fall, and to identify after that fatality why we wanted to consider going to automation. That's why we've had probably over a dozen proposals to town leadership talking about the timing. In some of those proposals, we have stepped increases. So normally, if you went out to bid, we're going to bid the starting rate year 1 with increases on the out years. And I think 1 through 5, we put increases in gently over a period of time to stretch it out. 6 kind of puts it in front. Can I answer your question? The presentation includes what our costs were as of late fall. It was about $115 a ton for recycling. Your current contract and most of the contracts that existed really prior to about 5 years ago, most of the collection contracts included that the contractor, the hauler, would pay for the cost of recycling. Most contracts. Then China sword hit and things went a little crazy with the cost and the value. The industry has moved where we'll no longer, my company won't do it and many others won't, we will no longer sign contracts where we're getting paid for the collection, including the cost of recycling. If we did that, we'd have to give you some crazy number because no one could have predicted what happened when China soared when there was no end sites for recycling, so it cost an awful lot. So we paid last fall about $115 a ton, that translated to $284. The proposal we've given to the town, and your point's exactly on, is that we propose a rate to process the recycling at the plant, and then 80% of the commodity value, the marketing of the recyclables, you would get that. That would offset it. Chris asked for what was the most recent example of that scenario? So in June, a month ago, that rate was $53.97, basically $54. So we paid last fall about $115. The current rate in June was $54. The town currently pays for a ton of trash about $101, I think, and that's gonna go up. That's been going up increase. So you would have saved $40-something. So to your point, yes. Currently, we pay for all of it, and we won't sign a contract going forward, and that's how the industry's moving. So I just want to clarify about the manual. We appreciate our partnership with the town. Chris will tell you, I tried to get into the town many years ago. We purchased JRM, and the two-man rear load truck is very dangerous. Having an employee in the back of that truck puts them at risk every day, and I think we shared a video with town leadership that just feel compelling. So that's why we're here. We're modernizing the program. We find when we take a manual collection contract that you're going to get an uptick when you have a cart like that, maybe 5 to 10%. That's our experience. You do have a trash limit of about 4 barrels per week. So towns that have unlimited go about 10 or 15%. You probably get a bounce of about 5 to 10%. The residents in the last 12 months have done a real good job of diverting trash and putting it in recycling. Your diversion rate is about 27%. That's awesome. If you go to carts, it'll uptick simply because that is a lot easier for people to put things in, especially those that use the cardboard. And the footprint of that cart is the same. If you remember when we used to do dual stream recycling, bottles and cans in one bin and paper in the other, the footprint of that cart is the same as 2 bins. So in the old days, we all had 2 blue bins in our garages. And that footprint is the same size in the bottom. It gives you the snow cone or the ice cream cone going up to get more volume in there. The go-to-market, most towns go with the 65-gallon weekly trash, 95-gallon every other week. You have currently weekly recycling. So not the dilemma, but the question to you is, what do we go with? And our suggestion is that we've had towns that went with 65 for recycling that were every other week, and in a short order, they maximized out the volume for the residents. The other thing I want to share with you, this big, and the town team has done a good job of looking at what the cost of the program are from other folks. We're currently, our cost of service to service the town exceeds what we're being paid. So my company is subsidizing about 2/3 the cost of your program. So that's a reality. So you have a financial headwind that's going to hit you in 2026. We won't extend the contract manually. We love to work with you on automating, but most companies are moving to automation. Towns have seen big upticks. The cost of our service has just skyrocketed. After the costs have just gone up significantly for disposal, for processing. So we've given you we want to work with you. We've tried to work with you and give you options, and we're willing to work with you on different ways of doing that. The other thing is that we're the only company in the industry that developed an e-vehicle trash recycling truck. We introduced it in 2021. It's being implemented right now. So at the point where if this town wants to go with an EV trash and recycling truck, it would have to be a fully automated truck. We're only developing fully automated trucks. So in the end, if that's important to you at some point, you have to have a fully automated truck with the arm dealing with the car.
Thank you. Board, any questions? No, just me? Okay.
Well, I have something.
I know you
You
do.
seemed more.
Well, I just, seems you do a lot of tracking. I'll just focus on Massachusetts or the greater Boston area. How many communities do weekly versus bi-weekly recycling? If you had a guess.
Well, I'm going to say, good question. I think, and the DP does have the information, so we can confirm it. Most of them do every other week. Most of them do every week. I'm going to say it's maybe 10 or 15%. I think. There's
10, 15 do it weekly?
Yeah, I think so.
So small.
Like most of like we have 53 contracts in the Commonwealth, and most of them are every other week.
And I don't know if you've come across this, and, you know, we had Trashgate, last year, or 2 years ago. I know, Jay, you wanna take the heat for that one. So we had Trashgate and, dealt with that. And I guess, have you come across with the every 2 week pickup of recycling? And it gets missed, then what do the consumers do? If there's labor issues, truck issues, you miss that pickup, the barrel's full, and we have to wait 2 more weeks. Has that been a problem?
We did have issues, and we appreciate your patience 2 years ago. In the event we miss your home, say your pickup is tomorrow, we miss it tomorrow. It's called into us before 1, 2 o'clock, we'll try to go get it. Otherwise, we come back into town the next day and we pick it up first thing. So, I mean, our company, that's the way we approach it, that we would pick it up the next day. We're in town 5 days a week.
Right. Yeah, okay, so it's something that can be put in a contract, or is that language that's the standard that?
Certainly, it's our standard. And, you know, what we find is that towns that are 52 weeks a year recycling, we're driving every street, we're driving by everybody's home,
Right.
but not everybody puts it out. Because if they have a 65 or 95, it's not full all the time, so they don't put it out, you know? So we're driving around with, you know, greenhouse emissions, et cetera, and it's not as efficient. When it's every other week, almost everybody has it out, you know? And then we've worked with towns where there's a lot of people that are big recyclers, a lot of big families, and they get 2 of these. So we've had towns that Watertown looked a couple of years ago, they bought 65 gallon on the recycling. Everybody in the city council wanted to go to weekly, so we gave them the number. It was a huge number. Your number is about $150,000 a year to cost to between weekly and every other week. You know, so there's a financial headwind you're going to pay. So we're putting things on the table to say, think about it. What's important to you now, and then it gives you flexibility if you have to go every other week. Watertown looked at, you know, weekly was too expensive, and the solution was to give people who want one a second card. And it was a real big deal. We gave them a real nice deal. I think you did a good job of summarizing. And it's like maybe 200 people. It wasn't a big deal as everybody thought.
Yeah.
Definitely well worth doing that. Our truck is in front of the house, we move 2 more feet, get the second bin, dump it, versus going to your house 52 weeks a year at 26.
Yeah, no, I get it, and then, you know, most people don't like change, right?
Yeah,
It's
yeah.
just the way it is, and I think for this community and other communities that have done it before us, and communities that are looking to do it, it's an adjustment, there's gonna be kinks, but I think with your industry, where it's getting more difficult with costs, you know, as everything else is, it's just, I know it's contract's a contract, but I guess what we learned from Trashgate was how important the contract is and how important you either make up for it or penalties or whatever it is, because that was not pleasant. And a lot of different things happened. I want to, you know, but it's just, we want to avoid that at all costs, and I think.
And so do we.
Yeah, of course. No, but I know trucks break down, I know employees get sick, I know, you know, whatever. Are you guys union or non-union?
We are not union.
Non-union, all right. So that's all I have. Thank you.
And one of the other things I can add on, you know, bulk is one of the things we've talked about. So, you know, if you, right now we pick up 1 bulk item per week. In many towns, when they face a financial headwind, they look at what services are not critical to everybody. Not everybody needs a bulk every week.
Yeah.
We can send a truck out and schedule it. So for you, it would be about maybe $40,000 a year cost to the collection cost. And then Chris asked me to look at, you know, other towns that have gone from weekly bulk to bulk on schedule,
Yeah.
you know, and it's about 9% reduction in the tonnage. So for you, that would be about 60 grand. So if you took bulk out, your whole cost would be about 100 approximately, you know, so, and then, you know, what happens, people find a way to reuse it, recycle it, or we pick it up and do something with it. And
Yeah.
we would give you a price between $25, $45, something reasonable, and
Okay.
to pick it up.
Gotcha.
Thanks, Carlo. I know from my own house this last Friday, I said there's no way in the world they're gonna miss picking up my recycling the Tuesday before I'm slated to vote on something. And sure enough, my recycling got missed. And I'm not the only one, obviously, there's other people on my street, et cetera. But when I subscribed to C-Click Fix after this past winter, because a bunch of stuff was destroyed and put in one of the premier parking spots down at the depot, I did the C-Click Fixing, so DPW would come out, pick all the stuff up, et cetera. In doing so, that signed me up for See-Click Fix. And it's probably one of the worst things I ever did, because every single day, all I'm getting is missed trash pickup, missed recycling, missed et cetera emails all the time. This board isn't, unless you're signed up for it, you're not knowing about all these things that are happening other than the vocal people that we've been getting. But I would say that Trashgate was a bad scenario, but by no means has it actually subsided compared to the rate of things that I'm seeing through See-Click Fix. I understand that things happen where trucks break down, all those scenarios that you had mentioned, and I'd love to work with Republic, et cetera, going forward on things. But I mean, you have to have your own data to know that it isn't an isolated incident, my house not being picked up. There was people a week before that, it just keeps coming through. And we just can't have that, especially with the massive increase that's coming. I mean, we're gonna have to come up with millions out of nowhere to do something like this. So I hope you appreciate constructive criticism, but like, this scenario cannot fly going forward here at all. Like Carlo mentioned, people like keeping the way that things are, et cetera. We liked our trash and recycling being picked up. I mean, it's that simple. Pick up the trash, recycling, fix the roads, make sure my kids get off to school safe, call it a day. And those scenarios are not happening. So I don't know if it's because everyone's not moving to automated and the trucks are breaking down. Obviously, new ones aren't going to because they're newer. But something's got to be done here in the interim for me to feel confident to vote on anything. Because not even Tony Soprano could justify voting on this contract the way that it is. You couldn't just justify. Nobody would tell us to renew the contract with you. I would be surprised if I actually found someone that would not disagree with everything I just said.
I appreciate your comments, and from our standpoint, if you're talking about trash service, then we're not doing our job to the extent we need to, because it should be something that's done. And we get hit this summer with like 7 unexpected leave of absences, a couple of guys with injuries, family issues, whatever, and that's part of this challenge of having manual collection. The guys are not going to stay in the trucks. The best scenario for us is to have 4 guys that come into town on their trucks every day. They know the routes, they know the stops, and they know the town. Inevitably, we had 3 guys get injured, this summer, and then other family things and 2 paternities. So we got hit with 8 of them, and no excuse, but that was our reality. For us to get someone else to come in and do it, we have 2 drivers right now from our facility in Houston and 1 from Pennsylvania that are working, in our team. And so it takes so much to try to get a guy to come and do manual. No one's coming in our door to do manual collection, and that's the challenge we have. Automated collection is a different scenario. We can increase the quality of service. Again, the things we just went through are difficult. I think we're overcoming them, but the automation of service helps us keep the staffing on the routes and increases the quality of service. We can't keep people on the route. 40% of our helpers out in the back of the truck are on leave, on injury leave, all the time.
And is that like not isolated with just your company, with other ones? Like, I understand that people go through ebbs and flows, and you and everyone else are moving away from this. But as an outsider looking in, it just seems as if we were used to JRM dealing with the same scenarios that you were dealing with, but the trash was picked up and the recycle. And then once we swapped over, people stopped getting injured, or started getting injured. Do you know what I mean? It's like hard to justify. We were good for years of the same manual stuff that you mentioned, and then swap over to do it a different company. And like you mentioned, I own my own company as well, so I understand some contracts you win, some contracts you lose. Currently, you are losing massively with Reading, but you're in a contract. That's the way it is. To me, seeing that, it just seems like Reading doesn't matter. Now, I know you're going to tell me that they do, and I'm kind of exaggerating the point, but in the grand scheme of things, am I picking up a current person or putting somebody else on a different truck to go somewhere else other than Reading? Absolutely, with my own company. That's just the way that it's going. And it's unfortunate what is happening here. And hopefully, like you said, shifting completely to automated going forward is going to alleviate some of those. But it's hard to really see it right now.
I appreciate your points, and definitely the challenge of keeping the staff on the trucks is our big issue. And we think we've overcome it. We've worked with some reporting, some reporting with town leadership in terms of looking at that. Down the road, we have in the next year something called Track My Truck, where residents will be able to put Track My Truck on their cell phones and track our trucks. So it'll tell you that truck is 2 hours out, or you can report a missed pickup at the time.
See, that is something I like, because it gives you that security that something's actually gonna happen, rather than my trash wasn't picked up, where are these people, et cetera, like, so, I mean, that's a positive, definitely.
Yeah, or more comment. I think what you've heard laid out very nicely are problems that residents are having still. And you mentioned that you'd be willing to put in some kind of a service guarantee into the contract. And I'm wondering what that might entail. I hear the point of automated versus manual saves, but if a truck breaks down, is there extra equipment? So we go through this in all of our lives already in terms of service guarantees, making sure that there aren't outages. Would be very interested in what specifically you folks would do and offer to this community to guarantee that we're gonna get stuff done. I mean, I hear that a truck will come out the next day, and if you can, that's great. What reassures us that that's gonna happen? Because unfortunately, right now, we have kind of the, some black eyes that have happened. What are you folks willing to put into the contract to secure that and make it happen so that it's, trust me, it's painful for us because we hear from residents who, whether it's smelly trash or whatever, it's not okay. We hear about it and we share that with you. We need to know that something is gonna happen, it's gonna get done, it's gonna get picked up. The assurance of next day is wonderful. How do you back that up? I think of equipment as probably the next biggest thing that's gonna happen. Once you've got the people side taken care of, it's equipment. Is there extra equipment that's available? That's, in other words, if you say there are 5 trucks assigned to Reading, is that it? And are they all always in full use? I'm not asking you to say right now, here's exactly what it is. But I think the community is very concerned. I got a note today that I shared with Matt from a resident.
Yes, nice, yeah.
With just this weekend problem, or last week's problem.
Right.
How can you reassure this community? How can you basically say, hey, we will take care of you, not as a promise in words, but as, here's the action.
And we can take a look at it, and I think, by automating that solves, I think, the biggest challenge we have. I think it truly does, and, in service quality, the consistency, and our drivers can retire in the job. Right now, they don't last. They don't last because they just get whatever. It's just a process of. No, I appreciate the points that are well taken, and our guys work really hard, so they work really hard. They sacrifice every day in many ways, and we want you to appreciate what we're doing. So, and for what you're paying. And our guys don't know whether or not we're subsidized or Reading. They have no idea. So no one treats you any differently. We have a lot of backup trucks. We are not buying real low trucks. We have automated trucks. We have a lot of automated trucks. So if you go, the rest of our fleet is automated. Most of the towns we service are automated. So we have plenty of those trucks, and we have plenty of drivers that can do that. To throw a guy in the back of a truck is a different ballgame. So 100%.
So I did want to understand, because I know, so we were talking about our automated carts earlier tonight and on the rollout. And I also know that a lot of our residents already have purchased virtually identical carts, and I've heard anecdotes, I don't have them. I've heard anecdotes that you do have some automated trucks in our community picking up trucks already. Are the trucks dual purpose? Like, how are you managing that?
It depends on the trucks. Some of the trucks have a cart tipper, which is semi-automated. So it's a cart tipper, so it's semi-automated. And truthfully, the carts that you're buying from Home Depot, the danger or the exposure we have is when they're dumped by the arm or the cart tipper, they're gonna fall apart in time. These are guaranteed for 10 years. You have a warranty on these. The ones that the staff is looking for is 10 years. The ones at Home Depot, I would not put them with an automated arm. They ain't gonna last, and they're gonna be replaced in the car. So they're not the same. So this will last 10 years. They're made for trucks with hydraulics. So we have 2 types of trucks out there. There's automated, and then it's totally manual, and then could be a semi-automated. We take a manual truck and put a cart tipper.
So as soon as Reading switches over to these carts, a lot of your labor costs go away.
if we can
You're-
agree on how you wanna be serviced, you know, and we need to, you know, I can't go.
I mean, under the current contract, without doing anything except for rolling out like cards, like all of a sudden, you don't have a lot of expenses and a lot of risk to your workforce that you had before.
The issue we have is, you know, there's 2 years left in the contract, and we're not gonna go out and buy a $500,000 truck automating for 2 years left in the contract. So that's what,
You said you already had them.
we have them in other towns, and I have spares, but, you know, you
Not
have,
enough to service.
not enough to service the town day one.
So you buy trucks, you're gonna buy new trucks if we sign a new contract with you? Interesting,
The
okay,
minute you sign, we order them.
interesting,
We're
okay,
ordering them.
alright.
We order them.
No,
And
it's
it takes,
helpful to
and it takes about 12 to 18 months to get a trash truck. We purchase 1,000 trucks a year off the, you know, orders every year, you know. By 2028, half the trucks our replacement trucks, about 1,000 a year. Half of those trucks will be EVs by 2028, that's what we're committed to.
What are they made?
We have, it's Mack, in the Midwest, I think, is where, and down south, so.
Primarily the.
Yeah. Oshkosh, and big, so we developed from the bottom up
Yeah.
an e-vehicle trash truck, the only ones in the industry doing it.
Okay, thank you. Melissa?
So one of the questions I have, and I appreciate the employment issues you may have, whether it's people are injured or out on different leave, so that can create an issue with picking up trash. But I know a couple weeks ago when we had an issue with trash being not picked up, a couple residents called Republic, and the reason they were given was it was mechanical issues with the truck. It wasn't employee issues. And whether that's accurate or not, I don't know. That's what they were given from Republic. So I guess my concern is that I think, as we all know, things don't last as long anymore. So we're gonna go get these fancy trucks, and I do worry that we're gonna still have issues when it comes to the trucks actually working properly and for how long. And again, to Mark's point, how many backups do we have? Because See-Click Fix, like Chris said, it's every single day. Multiple residents in this town are not having trash or recycling picked up, and this can just not continue. It cannot. So I do worry that, okay, we go to these more fancier trucks and they're automated, but I just feel like we could be running into issues of the trucks just not working properly at all times.
It's a good question. I mean, we have standards in terms of our preventive maintenance of the trucks, and we bought JRM. We knew going in that the trucks were old. I mean, we run trucks maximum 8 to 10 years, depending on the type of truck, maximum. And then they become a spare or a backup or something else, and we get rid of them. They've been trucks for 14, 20 years. You know, they're not made, 100%, they're not made to go beyond that, so.
But to my point actually is things that were made years ago actually did last longer than these trucks, cars, my car, the computers, the electronics of these vehicles just don't always work right. And then it's an issue of, can we fix it and how quickly can we fix it? So I understand that this is how trash is going and we have to move to this route. But I do worry that we could run into similar issues, and it may not be workers that are the issue, it could be trucks that are the issue. And have you seen this with the other trucks that you're using in other towns, that you're having problems with them? Because I just worry that things that are more electronic aren't always better.
Good point. I mean, not to the extent we do with the rail loaders. We have 2,400 contracts. We have a preventive maintenance program for our trucks, certain standards. Like, our drivers, they go through their trucks as a CDL driver, and it's not safe. They don't go out. When we bought JRM, two-thirds of that fleet couldn't operate safely. And day one, we knew that going in, so we had trucks.
You knew it, you expected it, you expected it.
It was there. And our trucks, they're not gonna go out, so I feel really confident. I've worked with contracts all over the country, and no, we don't have those issues. We don't. I was the general manager down the South Shore. We implemented 2014 CNG fuel vehicles, and they're a lighter weight truck, and everybody, all the drivers, they're not gonna last. They're still on the road. CNG trucks, they're working in Brockton, picking up, which is heavy duty residential trash in Brockton. They're still on the road, the ones that we implemented in 2014. Which surprised me, because it was new, lightweight truck, not as heavy as the steel Mack diesels, but and you think if you ever go to EVs, the EVs don't have all the hydraulics, all the things that can go wrong. They don't have, the maintenance cost goes down with the EVs, the trash trucks. They don't have any hydraulics. So that's what's exciting.
This is exciting, huh, Chris?
I'm excited, so.
I will say that the EVs don't have hydraulics, et cetera, like you're mentioning, but the problem even with my own Lightning that I had was the battery. It takes one cell in that battery, and your fancy, brand-new EV trash trucks are down for 2 to 3 weeks. That my truck was gone for 2 to 3 weeks for one dead cell in my battery. I couldn't charge my truck. And that's Ford. You know what I mean? So I would just caution against thinking everything's gonna be rainbows and butterflies in the future. That's getting the latest and greatest, everything's gonna go great for a year, my truck was fantastic, and then I can't drive it, and who can fix it? Ford, that's it. Nowhere else, I can't bring it anywhere, it's not a carburetor or you know, spark plug or something. They're fantastic, but you just, from my own experience, it's not.
It's good points, and when we got into this road, we invested in a joint venture in a battery company to do that, and then recondition them. So we have trucks operating southeast, Midwest, Minnesota on the West Coast. Colorado and Louisville. Colorado was the first municipal contract in the country that signed for EVs. And we've been since 21. We've had them on the road working to work out all the kinks and whatnot.
In the cold weather states, they're fine?
Yeah, I mean, the challenge is it's the sweet spot of the hilliness of the area, the temperature,
Yeah.
the power grid, all of that.
Right.
All of that. So there's a whole bunch of targets that have to be hit, but we're doing it. And we're excited. And it'll never be rainbows for us. Our work is tough, and we when you're talking about it, means we're not doing our job.
Any other questions? I think we're good.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. We appreciate the partnership. We're excited and appreciate you considering making such a big change. Thank you.
That was helpful, thank you. Wait, trash talk is over.
I think they need a decision.
Oh, no, sorry, that trash talk's over. Barrel talk.
Yeah, if you can give us some direction on that, that would be.
96.
Okay.
Anyone else?
On 96,
Recycling.
oh, just recycling, right? Oh, 96, yes.
Trash is settled.
Yep, okay.
I'm not deciding, I'm saying for all 5 of us, I'm just saying.
Oh, no,
I'm
no,
saying
I
96.
agree with you in 96 as well. But I do think that we do have to have an option for residents that if they get these and they can't use them, we do need to swap it out for them.
Yeah, there has to be a stipulation. Anybody in this town that wants the smaller barrel is getting one. There's no reach out to Chris. Chris, you just said this, I wanna get a small. It has to be whoever wants it has to get it. And I'm fine with doing the 96 scenario. But anybody that wants to get a smaller one is gonna have to get one from me. I mean, that's the only way I'm gonna feel comfortable, because there's so many people that aren't able-bodied that are gonna be able to deal with these things. And as long as they can get the smaller one, I just got a C-click fix just right now, rubbish was just reported. As long as anybody who wants a smaller one gets one, then I'm fine with
So, I think that the story here has to be a road show that starts now, where you take these around, because I think there'll be an initial response of, oh, no way. I mean, I'm looking at this thing and thinking, holy mackerel. But it's gotta go around to people, and they've gotta see it, frankly, at their house to some extent. I think a road show, and you know what? This Fall Street Fair.
Yeah, I was gonna say Fall Street Fair. Good, yeah.
We can have.
Come on. That's a good idea.
We talked about that, there's a bad experience that goes with that, that's not a good one. But somehow I think people need to see what, literally the size, what goes into it, what space they have available, what it's like to handle it. And so, no, are you gonna get to every single resident in town? No, but you need to get to some. And then let people talk a little bit more about it as kind of part of what goes on. So I think that 64 on trash is right. I think the 96 on recycling is right. With the proviso that it's gotta start talking this and letting people, not just talk it, touch it.
Right.
Absolutely.
See
We did
it.
that at town meeting when we cut the funds.
Yeah, I think at your house or at a house, someone's house.
It's only 190 people.
Can we have it at the compost center?
senior center.
How many do we have?
Yeah, that's what
Yeah, a lot of places to do
Samples.
library.
We have a lot of samples, right?
Yeah,
We use them,
I
so-
think that.
Yeah, I mean, we have 96s here at Town Hall, you know, we have samples of the 64s, even the 48s and 32s, I think, so.
I don't know that it's realistic to get to people's houses, just I don't know if that's realistic, but I think
Yeah.
library, senior center, town hall, fair day, Bear Common, anything the town has coming up, we need to put these out there for people to touch, see.
Yeah.
I mean, and then maybe if they want one to go to their house, I just don't know if it's realistic to get.
So you can't get to everyone,
Yeah.
but the chief drives around town, which I think is one of the most awesome things. See him in the neighborhood and doing different things. I think a little bit of an effort like that, going out occasionally and even just, I hate to say it, but with barrels, just showing it to people. I hear all the time, everybody is talking to me about, my barrel is falling apart. You told me that we were about to buy barrels.
Right.
What's going on? When is it gonna happen? And what size is it?
We hear it too, yeah.
I think, obviously, the most realistic ones are easy to do, let's do that.
Yeah.
But I think going out and showing people and seeing, because I think otherwise the natural reaction is, that's huge, period. Full
It is
stop.
huge.
It is, but whether you can handle it or not is the real question.
Yeah,
I
but
don't wanna handle it.
like currently, you lie that down, those are my 4 red bins.
Yeah, and its footprint is, I think, just about the same as the 64, right? The base
The base,
is
yeah.
about the same.
Yeah.
So it's really the top that you're talking about.
If you can fit a bin in your garage, like the top, you're not gonna be able to get by. It's, I mean,
Even a YouTube video showing it at somebody's house might be a great start too.
Yeah, that's great.
I think that sounds like you just volunteered to have.
Come on down,
House.
yeah, not in September,
Yeah.
right after that.
Beaver,
Yeah.
we're doing it, thank you very much
Beaver
for.
Road, we got a lot of
yeah,
folks to hit
yeah.
there.
Yeah.
I love it, all right, we're gonna do
Beaver
it.
Road.
Okay.
Anyone else? I think we're good. We all,
That's great, that's what we needed,
that's
that's
great.
exactly what we needed, really appreciate
the
it,
feedback.
appreciate
All right.
your work.
in color, you're gonna be in charge of color?
Color?
We're taking requests.
Yeah, we'll talk to the vendor about it.
Okay.
Whatever's the cheapest.
Maybe if there's a cheaper color.
Yeah,
Right
within
yellow.
reason.
Yeah, whatever.
I mean, bright orange or yellow wouldn't be your choice.
I think that
Love it,
there's a
safety,
yellow-green
yeah.
mix that I'm having trouble with right now.
All right. I think we're good.
I love it, we're gonna do a YouTube video,
Mark's house, Beaver Road.
Mark's house,
Come on down.
the drone maybe,
Oh, yeah.
oh yeah.
I love Mark's house, it'll be great.
I think it's, I
Mark's got
love
some
it.
invasive species back there, he's gonna get.
Yeah.
Careful, that's
All right.
a long bat.
Next is one of our favorite topics, discuss multi-unit water rate solution and second meters.
Thank you.
Hi, thank you so much.
Thanks for coming in.
Have a long day for you.
Yeah, take care.
Thank you, Dan.
Thanks.
So much.
Thanks so much, guys.
20. Okay.
We should probably start with the secondary water meters first, because Chris has a slideshow on that.
Yeah.
So we can, run through that and talk about what
Okay.
that might look like, so.
Thank you.
If you could put those slides up, Caitlin, I appreciate it, the second water meters.
And so that's page 29 of the packet.
Have you seen it?
Yeah, yes, thank you.
Yeah.
So we're just gonna talk a little about secondary water meters for irrigation tonight and give you a little background as to what their purpose is and what are some of the pros and cons with them. So what is a secondary water meter? So it's a meter that measures the amount of water usage used for your outside irrigation. So any water meter is located on the interior of the house in a climate controlled area because during the winter, we don't want the meter to freeze. Any meter would also be required to have a backflow valve on it to make sure that there's no impurities that come from the irrigation and backfeed into the water system to contaminate that. But there are two different methods of measuring quantities with these secondary meters. The first one is just having a separate water account where only water is billed and no sewer charge. The other is a deduct meter where the sewer usage is deducted from the sewer charge on the domestic meter. So it calculates how much water is taken in by the secondary meter, and then it deducts that amount from the main meter, so it knows how much sewage charge to deduct from your bill. So if you go to the next slide, Caitlin, please. So now just a few pros and cons. So the pros are, obviously, it reduces the resident sewer bill by not charging sewer for water used for irrigation. Some of the cons that we've seen, doing so would actually require the sewer rate to be increased town-wide to compensate for the sewer revenue lost by not billing for sewer on the second meter. And I'll discuss this on the next slide next slides in a minute. Another con is it provides an incentive for, providing an incentive for using irrigation does not promote water conservation, as Reading is known for. And there's also fraud potential. Someone, has this meter that is now not being billed for sewer, and, there's always the potential that they could replumb the inside of their house into this meter, and, they're not getting charged sewer. That's always a possibility. Next slide, Caitlin. So how is sewage calculated on your water meter? So the water is first read to determine the quarterly usage, and then the sewer usage in Reading is 50% of the total water usage, exactly 50%. Next slide, Caitlin. So the sewer rate impacts. So as I said a minute ago, the second water meters would force an increase in the sewer rate town-wide. So the amount of sewage leaving Reading is not going to change no matter what happens with second meters. We still have to pay the same amount to MWRA to get rid of our sewage. So with that said, now by having a second meter that's now not going to be charged sewer for any water used for irrigation, you're going to have a loss in your sewer revenues. That's going to have to be made up somehow, and the only way of doing that is by increasing the sewer rates town-wide, even for those that don't have a second meter irrigation. Next slide, Caitlin, please. So the best way that we could come up with to estimate as to how much water usage was for outside watering. So we have two calendar years here that I got some data from the collector's office. We have calendar year 22, and on the next slide you see calendar year 23. So what we have here is June to November is, call it the irrigation billing periods, and then December to May are the billing periods where you, for the majority anyway, you wouldn't be using irrigation. So if you subtract the two, the difference is, in theory, the water that's being used for outside watering over the course of the year. And then where sewer is half of that, like for calendar year 22, the water usage is 1.6 million. So sewer revenue collected with that for outside water usage was 808,000. Next slide, Caitlin, please. So in calendar year 23, again, we did the same calculation. The water usage billed for outside watering was 992,000, and that in turn, the sewer was 496,000. Next slide, Caitlin, please. So this chart right here just did a little analysis to show that we have 8,142 water accounts in town. So looking at those calculations that I just showed you, if 1% of all accounts had a second meter and weren't getting charged sewer, you would have to make up $8,000 in lost sewer revenue. If 5% of the accounts, $40,000 lost.
In 22.
In 22, yeah.
You're gonna say that, yeah.
Yeah, in 22, yeah. Yeah, we have 22 and 23. So.
Sometimes people aren't seeing this and they're listening.
Oh, okay, yeah. So in '22, 5% of the meters had had second accounts had second water meters. It would be $40,000 in lost sewer revenue and so forth down the board. In FY23, in calendar year '23, 1% is equal to almost $5,000 in lost sewer revenue. 5% is almost $25,000, and 10% is almost $50,000, and so forth, as you can see on the chart there. So that is definitely one concern with, having second water meters is the lost sewer revenue and how you make that cost up. Next slide, Caitlin. So, yes, the question, how many irrigation systems do we have in town? We really don't know, because we did a query of what we have for irrigation permits, and going back probably 10 years maybe, we only have 19 permits. Now, I know there's a lot more than 19 irrigation systems in town.
It must have been my contractor. No, my house has no permits on it. That is a 100% guarantee. No permits.
So we asked those residents that have uninspected or unpermitted irrigation systems to please contact the town to have them inspected.
Are irrigation systems permits necessary?
When did they start permitting those?
If they're a second water meter.
No, but this isn't a second water meter. He's just talking about irrigation systems.
Yeah, just the irrigation, if they, because I mean, it is plumbing, and so you would have had to have a plumbing inspection done, for, connecting your
Inside the
irrigation
house.
system to the internal plumbing.
The inside part.
Yeah, you're supposed to pull a permit for things. A lot of people in this town don't know that.
I'm sure all the permits are in order.
Okay, that's aside, bro, let's go.
That's why we're gonna make up the $50,000 in permit revenue.
Keep going.
And then, we have some properties that they don't irrigate via the town's water, they have their own irrigation well. What we have for permitted systems, we have 180 in town, irrigation wells.
People are gonna start putting more in. My neighbors just decided to put one in. I haven't seen one going in years.
Next slide, Caitlin. So now one thing we wanted to look at is what are other communities doing? So we I initially surveyed some communities and got back a few results, and then just yesterday we got back some more information that I'll share with you in a moment. But this slide right here, you can see we heard back from Andover, Burlington, and Milton. And these communities, for example, they allowed second meters, utilizes separate water accounts versus deduct meters, because even as I found out from our collectors here, deduct meters are just more complicated when you have to do the calculation and everything versus having a separate meter that just calculates water.
Yeah, when I heard that seems too complicated.
The meter and transponder would be supplied by the town, but the resident would have to pay, the invoice for the cost of the water meter, the transponder, and the cost for the town to install it. Backflow valve would be required. So how these separate meters work is the town would install the second meter, but there would be a T that comes in before your master meter. It would tee off to the separate meter. So the homeowner would be required to hire their own plumber to connect the irrigation to the second meter. And what these towns also require is that they also have a moisture sensor. So if it's raining out, the irrigation's not going to come on. Okay, next. Well, actually, not next slide. Then I mentioned that we also did reach out to other communities just yesterday. So what we found with that is we reached out to several of the surrounding communities. So like Linfield does not allow water meters, second water meters. North Reading doesn't allow second water meters. Tewksbury does allow the use of second meters, just as I described here. So the cost would be borne by the resident for the installation. The second meters does not charge sewer. They did not say how the sewer rate was affected. They weren't really certain about that answer. Wakefield does not allow, they used to allow them going back to like 2005. And then when the town saw that the sewer rates had to be increased, they made a townwide decision and put a moratorium on them back in 2005. Wilmington doesn't allow them. Winchester is the same basically as Tewksbury. They allow the use of the second meters. It's a separate account. And but in Tewksbury, they use a tiered rate system like Reading does, and the second water meters are billed on a tiered system based on their water consumption. We reached out to Bill Ricker and Woburn, but have not received responses from them yet.
Just something to point out, Linfield, North Reading, and I believe some of Wilmington are sewer. I mean, I'm not sewer, a lot of those homes septic.
Okay, I wasn't aware of
So
that, so,
they
okay.
wouldn't want
Right.
second meters because they're septic systems and not
Good point.
sewer.
Okay, good point.
So that's what I have for second meters.
All right, any questions? Chris?
Thanks, Carlo. And I know Paul is here. He's contacted me a couple months back regarding the whole second water meters, wondering why we never did them, et cetera. And I, gave my spiel at the same time about the vote last time, previous time. So what Paul put together in his presentation, he compared the peer communities to MWRA communities instead. And 16 of those allow second water meters and only 6 don't. And the 6 that don't are Arlington, Clinton, Everett, Malden, Somerville, and Winthrop. So when you compare it to those communities with MWRA, it's significantly, it's 16-6. And then based off population that he had in here, 84% of them allow second water meters based off population. So for me, when I see the numbers come up there that the sewer thing is gonna be under $486,000, et cetera, that is $486,000 that never should have been charged to anybody with an irrigation meter. They didn't pay for the water that was going into the sewer like that. We're charging somebody for something they never actually received. And that's not okay with me. Just not for anything in general. You're paying for something that you never received. Now, I understand that we have been subsidizing irrigation people since 2005, whenever we stopped doing second meters, this whole time. But now I think that, for me, that it's time that we actually get things back to the way that they were supposed to be, where people get charged for what they use. For me, it's that simple. We shouldn't be charging for water that somebody isn't using like that. I mean, that's just my personal opinion on this. I understand that other people the rates are gonna go up. I know when we do the water rates, the sewer thing is always something we can always mess with a lot easier. But I mean, people have to get into the mindset that 500 grand's gotta come from somewhere. But irrigation people have been paying for your stuff for the last 20 years here. And that's not okay. And I mean, Paul has more stuff in his presentation here that he gave, but I mean, I'm completely on board with everything that he said in here. And I think more along the lines, we don't have to roll this out as one mass thing for the entire town. We can roll it out in stages, phases, whatever we want to do just to see how things work out. I agree with the fraud. I don't want to have fraud happen, absolutely not. But the homeowner has to pay the brunt of everything that's happening. The town's not going to be out the money on this. So if somebody wants to do the math, and I did the math myself, it financially doesn't work out for me for like 5-10 years to be able to have a licensed plumber come in, put the second meter, do everything that you put on there. For me, it doesn't make sense. For somebody else with bigger yards and whatever they do, maybe it does for them. But that's their choice to make. So that's kind of the mindset that I'm at in this. I know Melissa has a question, but.
Yep. Melissa?
I mean, I think it's a little bit of a scare tactic to go with, it's gonna cost the town $500,000 or $800,000, because there's no chance 100% of the people in town
Oh, I
will
know.
have a second meter.
I just wanted to
So I
present
think
all
that's
of
a
that.
little bit of a scare tactic there. I agree with Chris, I don't think that residents that have irrigation systems should be paying into the sewer. I also think now that we have the tiered water rate system, residents with irrigation systems are already paying more money for those systems, so they're making it up there. When it comes to the fraud, I kind of have a hard time seeing that happen, considering a person's water bill would go down so significantly, it's gonna raise some red flags that someone's gonna realize something's not right. So again, I think we'd be hard pressed if we even get 20% of residents that jump on this. So I agree that residents that choose to do this should be able to.
Oh, Mark, good.
Sure, thanks. So, this one is kind of interesting. I think my biggest concern is that water is not an unlimited resource. And we need to be, and I'm sure everybody is, very cognizant of it. I think the idea of, if we do something like this, having the moisture sensor is critical. And my guess is that a lot of older systems don't have it. I know my neighbors don't, because it's raining and the system's on. So, maybe that helps. But the notion that, this is something, I guess, if people want to do it, they can do it. And I think the way that it's working now is that you're paying, as if it's regular water. And if you're using more because of our tiered water rate, you're paying more. And some of my neighbors and I had a little discussion about this the other day. And the question is, what? Again, you can use what you want. I'm hoping that people are thinking about this the same way we just learned about trash. Our trash costs are going to, at minimum, double. And if we don't reduce, the costs just are going to keep spiraling. Water is kind of in the same boat. The MWRA each year whacks us with new water rates. It goes crazy. It's a limited resource. I'm all in favor of figuring out, how do we conserve, how do we do the best that we can. If having some residents be able to do this, makes a difference in their bills. One of the people I spoke with said that their bill was tremendous. I couldn't believe the number. And I guess, maybe there's a huge difference with that. I would, follow Chris's point that you don't just kind of helter-skelter say, let's go, everybody, let's do it. I think we talked 2 years ago about trying it, maybe on a pilot basis, to see what happens.
Yep.
I think that probably makes good sense, and see kind of what that does. I can imagine that the workload, first of all, to do all the installations, to do maintenance, to make sure everything is working. The billing, I'm sure, is a nothing. But the other stuff, I'm sure, does have an impact on town resources. I'm not against trying it. I think I would love to be able to share the information with people about conservation at the same time, just to be wary that this, it costs more. It's costing everybody more. If you look at those bills, how many people are doing outside irrigation that would want a second meter? We'll see.
We don't know.
A few, or everybody, probably not everybody. And Chris, you said you did the math. It didn't work for you.
Yeah, I always do everything with return on investment. How long is it gonna take me to recoup my money? 5 years, et cetera? Doesn't make sense. Other people, maybe it does. So if we offer it, it is what it is.
Yeah,
Some people do it, some don't.
The other piece of it is that, and again, I don't know if my information is correct, but I've heard that installing more wells actually is more problematic. That it's dangerous to the entire water system, to the aquifer system, and that's not necessarily a preferred solution. To, if you decide you're going to irrigate, let's just get a well and do it. So I wouldn't want to just kind of outhand say, no, don't do this. But I would counsel us, let's go very slowly. Let's try it. Let's see what happens. Let's see how it works, what we learned from it. And if it's going okay, let's see what we can do from there. By the way, I don't know what that presentation is that you're talking about, but I would love to maybe see it, whoever created it.
Paul sent it to us on July 16th.
July.
Yeah, Paul Silva.
I have an extra copy if you'd like one.
If I've got it here, thank you. I'm all set. Right, I did not see it.
Karen?
Chris, can I just ask you, you put calendar year numbers up there?
Mhm.
Why did it go down, and do we have more current numbers?
That was just a full calendar year, so calendar year 23 was the last full calendar year that we had, we're in 24 right now.
Why did they,
When-
those kind of
Well,
speculative
one year
numbers?
one year was a wet year, one year was a dry year.
Dry.
Last summer, was there any sun last year?
Was there any rain this year until a
Significant
week ago?
difference.
And there was a drought.
Yeah, calendar year 22 was very dry and 23 was very wet.
I see lots of sprinklers going in the rain, I see lots of sprinklers going in the streets. I also, we discussed this previously, a pilot program where you're asking residents to go ahead and invest. Let's just say, I don't know what your estimate was, $2,000 to get this set up. You're not gonna be able to shut that door again, you're
Yeah,
gonna
no,
hear all kinds of, so there's no such thing as a pilot for this, I mean, unless it's just from a billing perspective, which is kind of what people have today, they have a second water meter, but we go back to charging them our rates. Like, that's the only pilot part, and believe me, we're gonna hear a lot about, if we choose to do that, we're gonna hear a lot of it about, I spent all this money, which is, we already hear every single year from the 19 people that have them, is that the number, 19?
No, 19 people
No,
don't
19
have
that
second
have
meters,
irrigation
they were,
permits.
got permits for their meters, permits for their sprinklers, not second meters.
Okay, those aren't, so there are only a few people that have second water meters now, and we hear from every one of them. I spent 20 years ago, I paid good money to have this installed, and now you're trampling on me, so but my biggest concern is shifting the burden of maintaining our sewer system and onto the rest of the ratepayers and making up that lost revenue. I just don't see that is an equitable solution, and who wouldn't want to implement something that saves them money? Not everybody's gonna do the cost analysis that you will do, some people just do it anyway. So I fear for the inequity of it, and I also fear that a pilot is just gonna be making a number of people very, very unhappy unless it's permanent.
Thanks, Carl. So people who have the existing second water meters from back in the day, they still currently have them. And they are still currently charged at the different rate that they would have been before, correct?
You're charged at the regular water rate and it's just charged sewer as well.
So whoever had them installed before, who was lucky enough to get a double water meter scenario, they're not making out in the exchange?
No.
Oh, well, that doesn't seem fair. Like if we were gonna institute a pilot program of 500, 100, whatever number we came up with, whatever keeps it low but within reason, those people would have to be into that. You can't be out a couple $1,000s and then have us say, oh, by the way, we're changing this. To me, that doesn't sit well at all. Like, no, I understand it happens, but if my vote would make sure that it would never happen. That doesn't make sense to me. You don't invest the money into this with the catch that, oh, by the way, we might change this, so you do it at your own risk. Then nobody's gonna do it. They're gonna be like, the select board changes every other year, whatever scenario. Then I don't wanna base my future on water rates based off who gets elected. Like, that doesn't sit well with me at all. So I think whatever we put in place, they would be in place going forward. That's why we keep the number low in the beginning. We don't offer it to 15,000 people, whatever it is in there. But we gotta keep it and adhere to whatever we come up with. I mean, that's the only thing that seems fair to me. And the whole equitable thing, believe me, I agree with that, being things equitable, et cetera.
We also talked about how you're gonna make it equitable for the people that get into the pilot. You're gonna have people that don't get into the pilot, and how's that?
It's gonna be a
not-
lottery
We talked
based,
about equity
lottery,
issues, we
yes.
talked about all of these issues.
It's based off, I would
Nothing's really
say
changed.
that it would be a lottery, you're gonna put it in, you don't get it, is what it is. We offered it, we'll see how it goes. But the whole equitable thing, people have been paying for water to go into to water that's going into the sewer that really actually isn't going into the sewer. There's nothing
I
equitable
did
about it.
mention that many people's watering devices are going into the sewers. But, I mean, that's rainwater and
Well, I think more, I'm just basing things off my own land. I know that when my sprinklers worked and weren't cut and the whole spiel we mentioned earlier, I think that it's, for me, to go ahead and, like I said, I ran the numbers, I'm not gonna do this. So you can offer it to me, you can give me super discounted rates, I'm not doing it. Other people, that's their decision to make. And we're not gonna sit here, I'm not gonna sit here and ding people for stuff that's going into the sewer that really isn't for the last 20 years. And just justify it because it is what it is.
So are you saying that if we have 100 people right now in this town that have second water meters from back in the day, those are the first 100 people that get to be part of this program?
I didn't know that they weren't. I didn't know that those people weren't grandfathered in. I thought that they were. So I mean, if that's the case, then
I can talk to collectors again, but it would take some more research on their end to figure out.
Can tell us how much water they're using too, through the second meter, because it's got its own account.
I think that makes the most sense.
I would like to know the number. If it's 30, then that's not enough for us to move a needle. But I would like to obviously open it up to some number, whatever. If it's 100 people have second meters, then we offer it to 100 other ones. That's still a low number, 200 people.
No, I think we need, I didn't think of it that way until you mentioned it and Chris confirmed it. That I think we need to get some data on that and then have it on the agenda again, just so we don't talk in circles for another half hour. Just so we can have more data to say, okay, if it's 30, if it's 300, that's a big difference, right? And so I was gonna go with the pilot lottery system, right? But I think we have to start here, because those people already made the investment, as long as everything is working and current. Maybe they have to update stuff, this is 20 years ago.
You'd have to have the sensor like mine.
Yeah, whatever. But I'm gonna end it here with, Paul did a lot of work on this.
I'd like to have opportunity to make some comments.
Just a couple minutes, can you keep it to a couple minutes?
Sure.
All right, if you can come up, please, thank you. Just brief, Chris mentioned some of it, but I want to acknowledge
I'm
that
gonna mention some of the things that Chris
you
mentioned.
did a lot of work on this.
I'm not gonna rehash a lot of it. But one of his primary methodologies was to look at water usage in the summer and the winter, and to say that the excess is irrigation. A much better methodology would be to call Stoneham, who has second meters, and see what their percentages are. I'm sure they're a lot different than what the ones that Chris came up with. The other point that I had on, I don't know if we can go back to his presentation. It said that sewer is charged at half the volume of the water. Well, if anybody wants to go home and look at their water bill, if it looks like mine, it's at 100%. I use 1,700 square feet of water, and I was charged 100 square feet, 1,700 square feet of storage charges. So I don't know where that 50% number comes from. But there's my bill if you'd like to look at it. This issue, and Karen, you mentioned it's an issue of fairness. This isn't, the change makes things fair and equitable. No, they absolutely do. 16 towns out of 22 towns that get water, 100% of their water and sewer from the MWRA allow second meters.
But you heard Chris say that we have to make up the revenue that's lost in the
They've made it up, but it would be fair. People would be paying for the sewage that they use.
Not fair when I have to pay for the sewer that you are not paying for.
No.
It's just that simple.
What it is, you're not paying for the sewer now that you're using. I'm paying.
No, that's not true.
That's exactly what's
I don't
happening.
have a second water meter, so that
You don't
doesn't
need
make
second
any
water meter,
sense.
but your sewage rate is subsidized because mine is overpriced. That's what's happening right now. Maybe you don't understand it, but that's exactly what's happening right now. You may want to do some research
We
to find
talked
that out.
about having a sewer system that we all participate in. When you live in Reading, you have a water system and a sewer system, and you
Correct.
agree to be part of that. So, but we all have to pay, and the way we pay is, it's a ratio to how much water you use. And I do understand where you're coming from. You're like, my water may not be going back into the sewer. I understand where you're coming from, but I know we have massive old sewer systems, and we have to raise everybody else's prices to pay for it if you get free sewer.
Because it's the fair and equitable thing to do. Jeez.
Jeez.
I don't know what happened, I just got
Okay,
shocked
yeah.
by my
Okay,
basement.
alright, you win.
No.
Shocked all of us.
Wow.
It would have been the first one.
All right, 10 more seconds. Let's, yes.
So the bottom line, it is equitable and fairness. In the terms of this pilot program, in 2014, Stoneham, our neighbors to the east, implemented it on day one. There was no pilot program. There was also no problem and no issues in putting it through. So it wasn't, well, let's do 100, let's do 50. They did it for all. I have a concern or a question why Stoneham can do something that we don't think we can do. That doesn't make any sense to me. In terms of conservation, Mark, you mentioned conservation issues. I think the conservation issues are very well handled by the MWRA. They have no restrictions on our external water usage right now, anywhere across the system. And that's because the Quabbin Reservoir is at 94% of capacity. They also have the ability, should those numbers drop, to implement, first of all, voluntary restrictions, and then later mandatory restrictions. So I don't think it's on the town necessarily to impose those restrictions. Of those 23 towns that get 100% of their water and 100% of their sewer from the MWRA, Reading is the only town that has a watering restriction. Nobody else has one. Why is that?
Because we care about conservation.
No one, well, MWA cares about conservation too, and they've come to the conclusion that there's no need to have a restriction on water use. So I don't think it's fair or appropriate for the town to impose that on Reading when the water source where we're getting our water is not imposing it on us. Stoneham used 735 million gallons of water last year. We use 572. We have a population that's 10% bigger. Why is that? That is because Stoneham knows what their residents want. Admittedly, we are going to pay more for me as an individual, and any individual who's going to water their lawn a little bit more or water their gardens a little bit more, will pay more for water.
All right, we are back from recess. We had a bit of a medical emergency that was addressed and everything is fine. And we're gonna continue with our agenda. Next is recalc update. I don't think so. Chris, we're all set. Yeah, we're all set. Oh, the water rates.
It was part of the agenda. I think we could move on from that. Sharon couldn't make it tonight to talk about the Munis issue, so we could do it right now. To have a better update and just move right to recap.
Yeah, I know, Cameron's right, she's right, that was a two-parter.
Right, and we intended to.
Yeah, no, thank you.
Yep.
All right, Mr. Sasso, you're up.
Thank you, Carlo. John Sasso, 66 Richards Road, member of the recalc.
Excuse me, Joe,
committee.
we need to call to order.
Oh, sorry, do we have a quorum?
Yes.
1, 2, 3.
Online.
Four. There are four of us here right now.
Is there anyone
Oh,
online?
John, I didn't see him, sorry. Okay, I will call the recalc committee to order. Say if you're present, Mark Doxler,
Yes.
Michael Coleman,
I'm here.
John Parsons,
Yes, here.
John Sasso, present,
Is there anybody on Zoom from Recalc?
Ron Assini.
Here, Ron?
Is Nora, Nora Bucko? John O'Neill? Okay,
It says in the corner, I don't know, it says Nancy entered the waiting room, I don't know if that could be Nancy's name. Just wanted to point that out.
I'm sure it is.
okay. So just to gauge, we do have a relatively comprehensive presentation that we put together. Just to get some guidance from the chair, how would you like me to proceed?
I mean, yes, it's a lot. I think go over the basics. I mean, we've, other than Melissa, the four of us have been very involved with this for the past 3 years, but I'm not saying to shortchange anyone, but to do the best you can.
Okay.
I just do the best you can.
All right, great.
I don't want you to miss any big points, but
I will try to, I may go quickly through some pieces.
yeah, and
but
if we have
you
questions, we'll
just
ask
stop me.
questions, yes.
Certainly, great, thank you. So again, I want to thank everybody for giving me the opportunity tonight to present on behalf of Recalc. I'll present to everybody in a minute. But I really want to give this as an update from the work that was performed last year. Again, as you said, with the exception of most of the other folks here have heard most of this or much of it. The other main thing I want to convey tonight is our recommendation for a site that came out of the initial work on the feasibility study. Next slide, please. So there's a lot of stuff here in this presentation. Again, I'll probably go through some of it pretty quickly. But I do want it to serve as a resource for those folks that haven't seen this before. This is going to become an issue that I think folks will want to learn a lot. So this presentation we were hoping will serve as a resource for folks to go back and look at. Next slide, please. So I won't read the mission, but I wanted to point out quickly that there's been some conversations about what we actually mean by recal, and so I want to add some clarity to that. And we talked a lot about this. So we've talked about a senior center or a community center with dedicated space for senior center. So when we talk about the Reading Center for Active Living or RECAL, we are talking about a comprehensive center that includes the senior requirements as well as opportunities for the community. So it really does cover both concepts. I'm going to refer to it through the presentation as a center or RECAL, and we've tried to use that terminology moving forward. Next slide, please. So I do want to thank the other members of the RECAL committee. There was a lot of work put into this for those that have been involved and seen this over the past few years. A big thank you to everybody, also to Jenna and Chris and Elder Services, the COA and all of their work. I think COA really did a lot of joint meetings with us, so there was a lot of work that was put into this, and we dragged in a number of other resources throughout the process. A lot of other communities that we visited that gave us their time and their input. So this was a team effort. This is a huge team effort. So I just want to make sure folks recognize certainly not just me standing up here tonight. Next slide, please. So I just want an interesting point on here is that we are already exceeding the estimates for the 60-plus community that were originally documented by the Gerontology Institute in their last assessment. As of this year, 2024, the 60-plus community represents 7,760 people out of the 27,107. You know, we're well on the way to 30%, and we're only in 2024. So it's a huge, one of the huge driving factors for this is that growing population. Next slide, please. So there's kind of three different pieces on here. There's the issue of our current center and the space constraints that center has. For those that have been to the center, I think it doesn't need to be explained, but you know, we definitely have some very small rooms. We can't really do multiple programs or multiple large programs consistently in combination. So that, you know, you can see just here the types of rooms that exist in the current center. A lot of the programs have wait lists. We've just as an example of some of the recent ones that have occurred. I'm sorry, I have my other glasses on here, so I can't read it from here. The annual Independence Day barbecue. So there are 28 on the wait list just for that occurred last month. And the other piece is that we just talked about the population growing, well, the usage is actually growing. The team has presented data about the number of what we call interactions, people that independently come to the center. So each person that comes in is an interaction, not an independent interaction, but overall. So we're seeing those numbers increase. And again, those are driving the needs of this center to meet the community's needs. And we're not able to do that in the current space that we have. Next slide, please. I'm not going to go through this in any more detail. Again, hopefully folks have had a chance to be at the center and see it. This was a slide actually that I think we put together and presented the last time to kind of lay out the different areas. I will say the things that always strike me is the game room where you can't actually put the pool handle all the way without hitting the wall. There's no private offices. There's an office in a hallway. It's just a really tough space currently. So, and they do a great job accommodating the best they can, but it's definitely worn. Next slide, please. This is an important slide because a lot of folks have said, hey, why has this come up so quickly? Why are we doing this now? Well, this is not a new thing. It's been around for, if you go back to 2015, when the original needs were defined by the Metropolitan Area Community Study, which then led to the 2017 study by UMass. We've been 8+ years in the making, and these are decisions and activities that have been supported by the select board, by town meeting and funding, by the more recent things with ARPA, and the community's been engaged in the last 3 years. We've really dragged in a lot of folks to give us good feedback and input. So I just want to make it clear, I'm not going to go through all the detailed pieces that have occurred over the last few years, but I just want to make the point, this is not something new. Next slide, please. So we've had 2 phases of efforts. The first phase was actually kicked off back in November of 2021, and that's when the initial charter from the select board came out. And then we did an update in June of 2023. So I want to just quickly go back through those 2 areas. So next slide, please. So the UMass study, so I think it may have been April of 2021. If I'm wrong, I apologize. But town meeting actually allocated $50,000 for a study to look at the feasibility of a center in define the needs. And so that was the UMass. When I say the UMass study, that was that study that was funded by the $50K out of town meeting. And the intention was to kind of investigate the needs and really. The answer, which was kind of a follow-on to their original piece of work, looking at whether or not things were still available in the community, they still felt that what existed was not adequate to support the 60+ community. The center was woefully under-resourced from the perspective of space. And then we got a lot of good feedback. I'll talk about some of the survey results in a minute. And that there was a strong group of folks that wanted to see this be expanded. So which is why we kind of moved from just a senior-only center into the kind of the all-ages community center conversation. Let me just jump to the next slide real quick. So I think it's like a 90-page report that was put out, and these are just a couple of the pieces that came out of the survey in terms of who we surveyed. There were close to 1,500 people that participated. We looked at the demographics. We looked at what people wanted to see in the center, what activities. But there were two questions that I think are worth discussing. One is, if a new center is built, will people use it? And so that actually 75% of the people said they would be very or somewhat likely to use a new center. The second question, which I think deserves a point, is the funding challenges. We asked them, well, how much would you be willing to pay for a new center? And basically, $100 or less add additional to your current tax bill, 64%, between $100 and $200, 47%, and greater than $200, 23%. Now, this was going on 2.5 years ago. A lot has changed in the economy. I'd be interesting to know what sort of response we get today. I think this is a big issue that the community is going to have to deal with moving forward, is how do we really, if we really do believe this is an important priority, how do we fund it and pay for it? Next slide, please. So in addition to the survey, in terms of actual filling out a survey, UMass facilitated a number of community forums. And I just pull these out because I think these are really interesting pieces. One is we asked people about what do they think about the community? How is it? Is it a good place to live from a positive and negative perspective? And so they gave us some good points on that. If we were going to build a center, what would it look like? What would they feel like it should be? It should be all inclusive. It should be accessible. There should be interesting programs. And then we asked them about some very specific needs, and we felt those specific needs would help us drive to. At the time, we were really focused on facility. So, what would the kind of the pieces of the community center / senior center look like based on some of the specific needs that people were asking us for? And again, what were those facility implications? There were other things that were pulled in, such as things about transportation and the cost of programs. So we didn't lose any of that in this, but it wasn't the primary focus at this particular point in time. Next slide, please. So in addition to doing the survey, in addition to doing facilitated peer groups, Recalc actually went out and visited 15 local peer centers. Just a couple interesting points on this. There's a bullet point that says, what is current center missing? That's actually meant to mean, what is the current center of that person we were interviewing? We're not what the Pleasant Street Center was missing, but what did their center miss? And the reason we asked that question is because a number of these centers were new centers that had just been built. And so we were asking them, well, you just built your center, what did you forget? And so, it varied from more storage space to washers and dryers to a gym to all sorts of different things that they felt they could have done better. More parking came up, I think, almost in all of them. So that was a really, I think, an interesting question. The other point I want to point out, I know people have asked questions about this, is the bullet on center operations. So we did try to get some financial numbers about what these other centers were, how they were budgeting for their elder services and their centers. It was really, I think it was difficult to get apple-to-apple comparisons because of the way people budgeted. But I think the two pieces that I would posit is, one is we found that our funding in general was lower. And two, we did a per capita basis assessment. I don't have that data in front of me. It was buried in one of the last presentations, but it was also lower. So I think we've recognized that there's been actually some additional investment in Reading in the elder services, plus with the opera funds. So I think the community is recognizing that that is something that needs some further care and attention. But I just want to point that out, that we did try to and continue to try to pull financial information to know where do we stand as it compared to some of the other communities. Next slide, please. Again, these are just some images of some of the centers we visited. Some really beautiful sites, some commercial, very, very in-depth commercial kitchens, some game rooms, large multi-purpose rooms. And these were both, just to be clear, these were both senior centers, and some of them were community centers as well. So it wasn't just focused on only senior-only centers. I think Lexington was one that we visited that is a senior/community center as well. There's a couple others on the list as well. Next slide, please. So these were the presentation, in February 2023, these were the 4 recommendations that we presented to the select board. Simply put, we needed to do something, and we needed to do something quickly, or at least put something in place to move forward with this project. One of the points that I do want to make is that we also talked about communication. I'll talk a little bit more about this, but the COA has actually taken a step forward in supporting more communication. They've done a lot of open houses. They've been really taking that on. So Recalc tried to do that as part of their first phase. Thankfully, COA took that activity on pretty well the last few months. Next slide, please. So based on those recommendations, you folks decided to extend Recalc, breathe new life, and allow us not to sunset with 4 very specific charter additions. The biggest of those was to move forward with a feasibility study. I do want to mention at this point, I apologize, maybe I should have mentioned it in the last slide. One of the things that we had done at that point as well is we had also gone through the process of soliciting in the community for other sites. We put out a RFP for both a lease and a buy option, I believe, and that's what kind of led us into the whole negotiations with Walgreens. Obviously that fell through, but the reason I bring it up, because it was actually some folks had asked that question in some of the more recent discussions about, well, why haven't we looked at other centers or sites in the community that we could use potentially as other buildings underutilized? And I just want to make the statement that we have done that. We did look, and while we put some effort and investigation into that, those efforts did not come to fruition. So apologize, wanted to take a quick step back with that. Okay, so again, following the February 2023 recommendations, we had a new charter for Recalc. The priority in that was really on the feasibility study, but also to continue to look into things about programmatics, how we could potentially expand funding and financing options, and also transportation. Next slide, please. So in any of our assessments moving forward, I just wanted to mention these 8 criteria that came out of the phase 1 effort. These are the things that we use as the litmus test to compare all of our kind of views that came up on different sites and different views. These were the priorities, and I think BH&A did a nice job putting this in a real easy to understand eye chart that said, okay, these are the things that we really want to focus on. So anything that we look at, we really try to use that as our criteria. Next slide. So as I mentioned, in addition to the feasibility study, we were asked to go look at some other issues of transportation, finance, and programs. We did 4 additional site visits. And so I'm not going to read all the details, but I do want to mention that this actually continued to help with some cross-pollination of ideas into the current Elder Services programmatics. There is a backup slide in the presentation. I won't present it tonight, but please take a look at it. There's a lot of stuff that Elder Services has done and added to their programmatics. And I think much of it has come from not just their own ideas, but things that they've pulled out from other centers and visiting these other places. So that's been an important add, I think. There's a lot more work to do on transportation, so I'm not going to kid you. And obviously we have to consider how the financial impacts are going to apply. But I think all of this information and data will continue to support and help coming up with good solutions. That these centers have they're out there. They've already, a lot of them have solved these problems or have come up with solutions that we can use and adopt and not have to necessarily figure it out on our own. So I think this continues to be a good source of information. Next slide, please. So I already mentioned that we've been worked very closely with Recalc. Again, with COA. Like I said, many of our meetings were held jointly. As I mentioned, they've taken on the communication process. I do want to mention, while not a COA initiative and certainly not a town initiative, there has been a Reading Friends of Seniors group formed, and they've already started to do some fundraising. And one of the things that we found in a lot of these other centers is that when especially those that built new centers, they actually, their nonprofit Friends of Seniors group have contributed towards things like FF&E and other things like that. So I think we will benefit from this in many ways. So I just want to make sure folks are aware of that if you hadn't already known. Next slide. So there've been a lot of other activities going on while recalc is happening. There's ideas about how we improve health and wellness overall. There certainly continues to be the desire to get folks up and moving, especially after COVID. And so we kind of do view recalc as one of the as the opportunity to bring a lot of these priorities together. So again, we talk not just about the seniors, but about other things that can be done. The intergenerational programming aspect is something that a lot of centers have done and had very positive responses from. So we'd like to see this kind of as the vision for the center moving forward. Next slide. All right, I'm going to get into the feasibility study. Next slide, please. So we were somewhat limited. We really had to look at sites that were feasible from the community's perspective, and there really were only 3 options that we looked at. The first was the existing Pleasant Street Center. The second, the property on Oakland Road across from the high school, and the third, the property to the right of Range Road down the Simmons Way area. Those are kind of the 3 areas that we looked at, and just want to be clear. So BH&A was the vendor that was selected to help us with this feasibility study. It was broken up into 3 phases. The first phase being kind of, okay, let's just look in general at the sites and see if we could come up with options that would fit on each of the sites and what they would look like. And so that's really what the majority of this work is represented. I want to make it clear that anything that you see on these slides tonight was never intended to be a final presentation of this is what it's going to look like. It really was intended to be, okay, what could we put here? What does it look like? And how could that be then used to satisfy the needs and requirements for a particular center? So BH&A did a really nice job with the charrettes. They held a number of community meetings. They got a lot of feedback, a lot of updates. So I'm gonna just jump to some of the quick things to show you as examples. Next slide, please. So this is the Pleasant Street Center site. You can see kind of that little X area is the existing building outline. And what you see in white, kind of to the right and left, are the extensions of what could have been an addition to the existing center. The big rectangle on the right-hand side represents basically the area where a new a 2-story level parking garage would be. I have to say the visuals from the street, we did get a couple of them. They just were very, I would say, undesirable would probably be my term. Not to mention the garage flow was one way in, one way out, which really wasn't also very conducive. Basically no setback, and because of having to have that to get some of the extra parking, it really limited the amount of space that we could put on the site. The amount of additional building that would be there for programmatic rooming as well. So this was just an example of kind of the overall footprint. The BH&A did break this up and show specific rooms in terms of number of sizes, and we'll talk a little bit about that in a minute. Next slide, please. This is just an example of what was put forward on the Simmons Way site. You can see on the bottom left is where the building in this particular configuration was laid out. We actually had another configuration where the building was a little bit further back with parking kind of in that area. So there's a whole bunch of different ways that one could put that together. One of the things that we wanted to make sure was what we put there would kind of be aligned with some of the concepts that SWEC had been working on. We do show some pickleball courts there. They're not actually in the recal assessment, if you will, but just to kind of show that there are that land is still available. There's still things that can be done on the outdoors and not just the senior center and parking or whatever. So I know there's been some other conversations about other potential configurations in this site, but this is kind of the main one that we looked at least from a comparative perspective. Next slide. So this is the more detailed building layout. Basically, it's the same building layout that we used for both the Oakland Road and the Simmons Way site. The 2 buildings effectively from a space and functionality perspective were the same. Again, as I mentioned, neither of these were intended to be what a final thing would look like from a design perspective. It was just intended to try to make sure we could understand what sort of space would we have and what would these things look like on the site. Next slide, please. So this gives you a view of the three sites as in their proximity to downtown. Obviously, you can see where the PSC is the bottom red dot below the yellow. The Oakland Road site is basically at 11 o'clock, and kind of out at 1 o'clock is in the far distant is the Simons Way site. Just gives you an idea about proximity to downtown and services, and that's why I mentioned that regardless of where we pick, we are going to need to address some of the transportation and parking issues. Next slide. So this is an eye chart, but what I wanted to convey here is that after we put all these charrettes together, after we put all the potential ideas, we actually sat down and said, okay, how do we compare these? How do we come up with an assessment that says, okay, what does this site look like versus another site? And we did it in two ways. We did it quantitatively, and so this is kind of the spreadsheet view of the different criteria that we used. BH&A actually brought in their tools from having done this at other sites, and we basically came up with detailed criteria, and then both ReCal and COA and others provided input into that, and we came up with rankings for the three sites quantitatively. Next slide, please. In addition to the quantitative assessment, we looked at some of the qualitative pieces. This slide here, there's a couple points on this. First is the far left shows you the comparison against the existing Pleasant Street Center, the size of the building, the number of rooms, different kind of aspects of that, and then we did a little bit of comparative assessment about what would a Pleasant Street Center with a gym look like, or without a gym, and how would that compare with Simons Way and Oakland Road based on a comparative assessment there. We also brought in inputs from historical. They gave us an assessment of what the changes to the Pleasant Street Center would look like. We looked at some other assessments with conservation. Recreation has provided a lot of input. And then I would say most importantly, we spent time meeting with the abutters on these different sites to try to get their feedback and input. Clearly, there was a lot of feedback on the Oakland Road site in particular. Next slide, please. So I won't go through these next two slides in great detail, but this is kind of a listing of site benefits for the three different sites. One point that's not on here is that if we chose to use either the Oakland Road or the Simons Way site, it opens up the Pleasant Street Center for other opportunities, whether we rent it, sell it, lease it, whatever. I didn't put that on here, but it is something that people have talked about. Next slide. Again, and then these are kind of the drawbacks that were identified. And again, I'm not going to go through and read all these. You can kind of look at them at your leisure. One of the things, though, that I would say about the site drawbacks is that we highlighted that, if there were any of these drawbacks that still existed after we made a recommendation, maybe there would be some time to look at, trying to what could we do to mitigate some of those issues, or at least understand them better. Next slide. So, I apologize, I don't remember what the meeting date was, but ReCalc did take a vote and formally recommended that we use the Simons Way site as our preferred site. We also, I just heard recently the COA did meet about a week or so ago, and they had a formal vote as well to concur with that recommendation. We certainly feel that this definitely is the priority. It's something that's long overdue. We would like our preferred option is to include a gym, because we've heard from other centers that it's one of the things that they really feel they missed. But there are other priorities that the community is going to have to decide how they work on that. We did look at we did rank the sites in general. Obviously, the current Pleasant Street site we did feel was the lowest of the three. Oakland Road was ranked at number 2, although there are a number of concerns there still. The biggest issue on the Simmons Way site was the concern about existing contaminants in the ground, and I know that that's being looked at separately. So last slide. So where are we now? The Permanent Building Committee has agreed to take this project on. I believe the Select Board has already appointed 2 additional members to that committee, and so that effort is underway. I'm not going to read the details of this slide either, but the short story is they are working to come back to you guys with a formal final site recommendation. There's some issues with I think the issues with the owner's project manager have been resolved at this point, and so that's kind of moving along with them being, so the BH&A contract actually included work into that next feasibility phase for design activities as well. So that was covered from a cost perspective originally, but where that effort will be given this new schedule is still to be used, remains to be seen. And with that, I will stop and answer any questions if I can.
Good job, thank you. Anyone have any questions?
I was just interested in the feasibility study monies. Was there sufficient to continue with this project? Because for the school, it was a really big number, and so it was
Yeah, I can't answer that question. I know that, I believe that as part of the opera funding, we allocated, I think it was $300,000 towards the feasibility study. How much of that has been spent? I mean, I think as the contract was awarded, if I remember correctly, and you can correct me, Mark, the contract actually was within that particular budget, but there may be other things that have come up that have driven that to be additional cost. I can't answer that, sorry.
That's pretty spot on. I mean, there is money in there to take it to the next level of schematics, which I don't remember, is it like 60%? I forget the percentage. The next level of schematics is
schematic
included.
design, yeah.
And there may be some other things that are outside, a little bit TBD. But with the owner's project manager on board, working together with the BH+A, those are the next steps, once the site is selected.
Anyone else? No, Chris?
Thanks, Carlo, and thanks, John. I know you had briefly mentioned the survey results and how things might change nowadays based off what it was back then with such, I would say, low figures for what people were willing to pay. I mean, it might be a little generous.
So we included that question in the survey explicitly. We were trying to figure out a way of assessing, not just what people wanted and need, but what they'd be willing to pay for. I mean, obviously, I think the community has to kind of figure out priority-wise where, I mean, I would go back to Melissa's suggestion about how we figure out all of these things together. But at least as it relates to the senior center as it relates to ReCal, I would say that there was an explicit question asked and there was an answer. Even if you go back and watch some of the community forums that occurred, there's I want this, but I don't want it to, burden me here in the community. And how has that changed over the last 3 years? I can't explicitly say, but we all know things have only gotten more expensive. So I would be concerned about that, and it's definitely worth something that the community should look at.
So all the other centers that you visited, the 15 or so that you had mentioned, how are they handling this?
I'm sorry, can you say that again?
So all the other 15 or so centers that you visited, all the other ones, how are they funding what?
So there's
for them.
Right, so there's two, let me break this up. So there's what I would call the building facility capital costs. I mean, I would say most of the centers that we've seen that have been built, those usually just go through debt exclusions and or some other capital funding project. But in terms of actual operational costs, we've seen and this is an area where I think we need to do more work, but we've seen grant funding, we've seen kind of funding through user fees, i.e. usage of costs. We've seen a lot of volunteer, a lot of volunteer support. I think we had this conversation about, you know, if we build this new center, this bigger center, is it gonna triple the cost of operating it? And I think I have to say our feeling, because in this, by the way, this was actually something that I believe is in feedback from the feasibility study, that there is a gentleman who was a contractor in the BH&A group that was specifically tasked with providing us with some operational costs. But I think our feeling was that this doesn't mean that we're gonna triple the operational budget either. I think that was our perspective. I think that's certainly what we saw when we looked at some of the other centers, that just because you build a center that's 2 or 3 or 4 times bigger doesn't mean your budget automatically has to be expanded that far. There are a lot of other ways to skin the cat, if you will. I think we saw some of that in terms of how they funded and brought in different programs. A lot of them were either self-funded, again, either volunteers. There definitely is, it's not, there's not gonna be any operational cost increase, because there will, but I don't think it's not a kind of straight line, you know, situation. I mean, that, I would really want to see more from what I don't think we actually got a final report from them on that, but I think that's an important thing for us to know, because it's gonna impact not just the capital side, but the actual operational town budget as well.
Is there a phase marker, John, like whenever this gets covered, like, to John's point, are we doubling the people, tripling, keeping it the same, adding one person, which is gonna be somewhat negligible, you know what I mean? Like, is there a phase where this gets brought forward?
So what they did is there's a consultant, I think, actually, who does this for different centers. He goes in and says, okay, this is what you're gonna do. This is what it's gonna cost you to operate it. This is the number of people you're gonna need. We didn't pull the trigger on that, just waiting till we get further down the road. But I think kind of final town meeting and final voters, I think we'd have to have that.
I mean, the other thing to consider is, you know, there's been a lot of discussion about just operating hours. Like, is it just, a lot of these centers do 8 to 4:30, or they don't do hours on the weekends, or maybe they do at night. I mean, that obviously influences the way you manage that as well. So you have some levers that I'll call it that. You have some levers that you can pull in terms of how much you need to support based on the types of programs and the types of things you want to do and what staff you have to support it. I mean, I think that's all kind of coupled. It isn't just the building that drives that, in my opinion.
Thanks.
Has there been any discussion between COA that you know of, anyone in the room, and Recalc on moving pickleball forward and not waiting for a site to be picked? I know wasn't part of your charge, but if Simon's Way is the preferred site, I am hoping, even with Recalc's sunsetting, that COA, because it's a very 60-plus activity, that they'll want to hopefully parse it out or recommend to parse it out and that is a phase, right? We've already determined that Simon's Way is the only place in town that this can go unless we're gonna stop putting on some roofs, right? On top of buildings, which is not feasible. So I'm just asking that, has that been discussed?
I don't personally recall a discussion about that. I would say we included this on our prospective plan, if you will, because we felt it was an important aspect of the kind of the outdoor activity. We did actually, I think we explicitly excluded it from our cost assessment in terms of the dollars and cents that were presented for the 3 options. I think it was broken out completely separate. So from that perspective, I don't think it's something that we never tied it to the building from that standpoint. So if you said, hey, we want to build this now, as long as you had a plan for how that was working, I can't see that being something that would get in the way, but we didn't, no, I don't recall any other discussion, unless anybody else can remember.
Okay, I mean, it'll be a separate topic, I think, for us, but I just wanted to ask if, because it's just a big part of our, has become a big part of our community and the country, not just us, that it's.
Outdoor activity was clearly one of the
Yeah,
things that
no.
came up as part of this process as an important thing to include. I think it's one of the reasons why we really felt the Pleasant Street site, unfortunately, it just had no opportunity for doing that
For
at all.
outdoor space, correct, yeah.
That in and of itself really, put it at the bottom of the list.
Sure, Mike, sure.
It was just one,
Just so that people, the two people that are watching.
right. We tried not to talk about the outdoor activity too much because that's really separate and not included in the cost estimates or anything. But they're in both the Oakland Street and Simon's Way, there's pickleball for the indoor part in the gym. And
Lines.
Lines.
Okay.
And that's been a very successful program in some of the centers in other towns that has been very, very extensively used by a lot of adult and 60 plus and.
Yes. Okay, thank you.
Could I add that too? So I think that, so discussions certainly are starting on this topic. But one of the things that I think is really important is to let the PBC get its feet into this completely with the owner's project manager digging in so that they can take it forward, decide what they need to do to kind of get the project started. And I think, my opinion is that is a great point to kind of confirm, okay, building up front, building in back, whatever you're gonna do, here's the space that could be available for, let's say, pickleball in this case. So the initial drawing had, I think, 4 courts, this drawing has 6, I've heard people talk about 8. My opinion, all possible.
Well, not possible, it has to happen. I mean, we took it out of the Birch Meadow master plan, it's a separate topic. It has to happen, not, is it gonna happen, it has to happen. That's just another topic altogether, so I just wanted, because I know it's coming more to the forefront, and it's part of this site. Whatever gets done here, right, whether it's this building, because if this building doesn't pass, we're still getting pickleball. So that's my point, so I'll leave it there. Any other questions for John? Yep.
So I just wanna make sure I understand it correctly, the PBC will pick a site, correct? Or they're reviewing the 3 sites, knowing that you guys recommended Simon's Way, is that am I correct in saying?
That sounds right. I think the hope would be that they would identify any different issues, other issues that would creep up in a process to take it forward. So as Recalc sunsets at the end of August, the body that's driving is really this permanent building committee with its 2 temporary members.
Okay, great, thank you.
And if I could just add, so that's from a construction point of view, I guess would be the right way to put that. I think that the community is gonna have to really dig in to this project. Certainly whatever staff and committees can do, but I think that there needs to be a very strong community effort also that's gonna need to get behind this and driving it forward.
Yeah, and I think, I hopefully PBC and the consultant will come with A, B, and C. I'm just gonna make it easy, 10 million, 20 million, 30 million. And this is what you get for those 3 things, right? And then we gotta pick one, right? So that's what hopefully will come out of this. If they just do, here's one site, 50 million, take it or leave it, that's not gonna pass, in my opinion. We have to have some options, just like we're doing with MBTA communities. We have to have some options. I know we're gonna whittle it down to one map, and then we're gonna vote, but with this, that's a mandate, and this is a cost, that a debt exclusion.
So I would just add, although not necessarily in this presentation, we did, even with regards to the pickleball I was just mentioning, we tried to break things out a bit so that the information that we presented to the whoever, in this case to PBC now, and the stuff that came out of BHNA in particular, is really, I guess I would call it somewhat modular. And so it is possible to look at it that way.
Yeah.
And come up with approaches that might say, okay, well, maybe we can't do the X, Y, and Z, but we can do X, or we can do X and Z, but we can't do Y. I certainly would advocate that this is an important enough priority that we need something.
Yeah.
But what that ultimately is going to look like and how we get there, I think is still yet to be defined. But I would like to believe that we've delivered on our commitment to give you guys and now the PBC enough information to now take it to the next step.
No, thank you. That's good to know, good to hear. I think you guys have done a lot of work. I mean, staff, Recalc, COA, Rec Committee, SWEC had some aspect of this, so, and it's been going on for years, so I'm glad I'd say we're at the 30-yard line, 20-yard line, I don't know where we're at, but we're past the 50, that's for sure. So,
Absolutely.
all right. Any other
Well,
questions?
thank you very much. I appreciate your time tonight. Thanks for bearing with me.
No, thank you, good job, no, thanks, not bad. All right.
Excuse me for one sec, John, do you want to make a motion for recalc?
Yeah.
Sorry. Take a motion to adjourn the Recal Committee.
Second.
Okay, Mark Doxler,
Yes.
Michael Coleman,
Yes.
John Parsons,
Yes.
John Sasso, yes. Ron Assini,
Yes.
John O'Neill, not present. Nora Bucko, not present. Okay, we're adjourned. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, guys, we're on to future agenda. And if you did or did not notice, we now have 2 meetings in September because there was a mistake on our previous future agendas on the primary. I already laid out the 10th. Oh, yes, hello.
Can I say something? I came tonight because I went to your secretary and was told tonight was gonna be a discussion of 2-family homes that had a single meter on the water rate. And did I misunderstand that? Did she tell me the wrong thing? Or that wasn't on discussion for this evening?
We discussed it, we obviously had the medical incident in the.
Yes, I saw you discussed, that was a completely different issue.
Right, and then we
Yes.
came back and we said that we can get some more information and come back to a future meeting and talk a little bit more, both in the interest of time and also our town accountant wasn't available tonight to talk about the software aspect of it, so, but it was discussed very briefly.
You're not wrong.
Discussed at all.
No, I know.
No, it wasn't discussed, you're right.
It wasn't discussed at all.
We brought up that we were gonna discuss it, so.
Yes, and so I was told it was tonight, so it didn't happen tonight. And I know
Unfortunately, it
when
did
it's
not
gonna
happen due
again,
to a
so I
few
make sure
circumstances.
I come on a night it's gonna happen.
Sure, we'll talk.
Look at please look at the agendas. Yeah, we have to make sure the town accountant's here.
Okay,
Sorry about that.
okay.
Thank you, sorry.
Thank you. Okay, so I already kind of laid out, I started working on the 10th. And obviously, anybody can bring up, and I think is it on here? Our retreat. So our retreat is here for the 29th, which I think is a Thursday.
That's correct.
9 to 1.
I'm not sure if everybody responded. I know there was a survey put out, right?
It's a small, 3-question questionnaire came out tonight to you.
No, I mean like on the date. Obviously, we already picked the
Oh, the
date,
date,
but
yeah,
so
yeah.
that's already been settled, but yes. Today, we all got an email with a very small amount of homework. So,
So that is the date, the 29th, correct?
yes.
It's on the very top of that future agenda list.
Yeah, it's in blue.
Oh, you're right, I'm sorry, I missed that. I did not see that. And so I saw from your email, sorry, Carl,
You got it.
Jane, that, so we're gonna have like a moderator?
Yep, there'll be a facilitator, yes, his name is Jeff Nutting. He is a former town administrator for many, many years, a former president of the MMA, board of directors of the MMA, board of directors of Maya, so, and he's been doing facilitation work for boards and committees for a long time, so
And
he's fantastic.
is that what we've done in the past for our
We've used different facilitators and mostly sort of in-house facilitators. So this would be sort of an out-of-town or separate facilitator. And I worked through Maya to help connect with this as well.
Great. I know that Karen had some hesitation from attending, and maybe with this outside facilitator, I am hoping that you change your mind, because I think the 5 of us, it would be very productive to be together and not have one member missing. So I don't know what happened at the last meeting, I was not there, I did not attend or watch, so, but with an outside facilitator, I'm hoping that we can get everyone there for that meeting. I think it's important that we all work together.
Alright, so we're talking about agendas.
Yep.
So I was looking at the rec committee, they have 8 full members and a couple of associates. There's no rush for them to be on that meeting if you feel like you need to move some things around.
That's a 5-minute agenda item, I'm not concerned, it's just elevating, it's not interviewing, it's not, interviewing, and we've been asked,
3 minutes.
we've been asked multiple times, so yeah, it's a very small lift, that's not a big deal.
Can we bring that back to Basque?
If you're elevating a member, you don't need to bring it to mask, you simply vote to elevate the member.
Okay, fair enough.
With elevating, true, yeah, it's just a associate to a.
It wasn't clear to me that that was strictly an elevation.
Rec it is, yeah, it is.
Okay, cause they pretty much have a full committee, so
Yeah, and the chair wants a full board, so they want all the full
Yeah.
members they can get.
that's really awesome. That's good. That's great.
Yeah, they came to me yesterday again, asking.
Well, I think on the next time the VAST meets, we need to put some hard deadlines in place, and we need to be really clear to people, because they were trickling in, and it's just not a great way to run things.
A couple of suggestions for future agenda items.
Huh?
One is that let's call it the potential for the Pleasant Street Center. If the town does in fact construct something new, that would leave the Pleasant Street Center available. And we probably should think that through a little bit in terms of what's its value literally as a town asset, or however we wanna think about it.
It's a future agenda.
I don't think it's that far. I think that pre-town meeting, we should have thought this through pretty well, through pre-April town meeting, sorry, not November.
Pre-April, okay, yeah,
Yeah.
I'll get you, alright.
The other thing is, in this future agenda, I'm gonna bang my drum one more time. It would be great if we could develop a master plan. There are other committees in town that are thinking about things that they're calling master plans, and whenever I hear it, I say to them, please don't call it that, because it'll just create a lot of confusion. But what's the blueprint for what's our vision? And maybe the retreat is a starting point, but to actually go through an exercise with someone that will put in the work and develop this plan and kind of build out what do we want our community to be. I don't think it's been done in certainly more than a decade. I think it's closer to 2.
It's a long time.
And as we're doing different things, we're building the airplane a little bit more while it's flying than we probably ought to. I think it would be a good thing to do. So that's another future.
Yeah, no, you've talked about it quite a few times, so. Anyone else? I would like, after thinking about it, and I think, given what Melissa said, I really think we all 5 of us need to be there. I think if Karen's not gonna commit,
I'm not available that day, I'm sorry.
I just don't think we should have it, in my opinion. That's just my opinion. It's not fair, the 4 of us, to go over boards and policies without your input. And you never, as far as I know, you never commented on what days you were available.
I'm not available that day.
Okay.
So I encourage you to go ahead and start going over policies on your own.
I just don't see how that's productive to the community.
You know what,
or
it is
board.
11:15 and we have 3 sets of meeting minutes to do. Are we gonna do them tonight? Cause I have work in the morning. I don't wanna be here all night.
I think we all have work in the morning,
Sure we do.
but I think to to Mark's point about the whole airplane scenario, I'm carving out time as well to make the retreat, and if it's gonna be, 4 of us, then I don't see the point either. It's gotta be the 5 of us, and, that's that, whatever day we can make work. So, my response to that with having 2 kids and doing my whole scenario that I have is, I will make any day, any time available for the select board retreat. You name it, and I'm gonna make it work. So,
We can
That's
pick,
where
we
I
can pick a
sit.
different date.
anytime, any date for me. I know not everyone's in that same position, I agree, but we gotta work within people's schedules. And if we can't get a response on a schedule, then I don't know what we do. I mean, it really isn't fair if it's 4 of us, doesn't matter who the 4 are.
Well, and as you might recall, their original discussion, I said I did not have time this summer to do that, and I was overridden. And so that is why I am unavailable to do that. So that's one thing. And the other comment I had is that I really need to see certain board members treating other people better before I commit to going to another retreat, because the last retreat turned into an attack, a personal attack. I will not invest time in that.
Everybody at the last retreat contributed to what you just said. Everybody,
That
not
is-
one specific person, because you're gonna say no, and I'm gonna say you went after my wife. So for you to say that that's not the case.
Well, so see, here's where we are. So I would say that you
Yeah,
go
this is-
ahead and you go to this retreat, and I do not need to be there. And you went ahead and scheduled it, so, and I would just go and do it.
We didn't go ahead and schedule it. There were dates that went into September.
You guys, are we gonna finish this meeting?
Karen,
Because
I'm
our
sorry, sometimes
policies,
you can be wrong and people can point it out and
policies
you don't
say
like
that
that,
we
but
don't make
sometimes you're wrong.
decisions after 10:30. So we're ignoring our policies right now.
So can I suggest, we should make a decision to have it or not on this date, and if not on this date, to push it. That's kind of what we need to figure out.
Not to make belabor this, but get a pulse, I pushed it. We all carved out time, not only the 3 or 4 hours, but, that's gonna be let's call it a half day, right, at the end of summer. And I know we all have schedules, and commitments and work and family and end of summer and school's already been started, but we agreed on this date, and I was hoping Karen would come around, for whatever reason it is, to value this as important. But I'm not saying she's saying it's not important, but if she can't make it, she can't make it, but I think it needs to be a board of 5. Every retreat I've done's been a board of 5, and I'll ask to postpone it to a future date, if we can agree on a date. Just to be fair to all 5 of us. That's my 2 cents.
Put another dual poll up and see what the deal is.
Okay, well, so we booked the room and the facilitator, so we'll have to rebook those, but
Well, just,
they are booked for
I
next
would
week, but.
cancel for now, not rebook, because we don't have a date.
Okay, so cancel and then. All right,
Is there a fee associated with that?
no, I don't, it was just through Maya, and it was through, we were gonna have it in Linfield, so I talked to the town administrator there. He made some space available, but.
Oh, thank you.
But it's
Yeah.
easier, it's not a financial issue, so.
Do you wanna look in like October or November?
We'll just leave it for now and then.
I think leave it for now, let us get through the end of summer, and let's get into September, and
Whatever you
No apple picking,
apple picking, okay.
hay rides.
Okay,
You don't
so
like
we'll go
apple
ahead
picking,
and-
Jamie?
go ahead.
Let's do minutes, let's
Cancel?
do minutes.
Okay, all right.
Does anyone have any,
Do that
did
tomorrow.
Caitlin get any amendments or changes? 3 sets of minutes.
I did,
Yeah, I got a few from Karen. Let me pull them up.
I have a few as well, but I meant to send them and didn't. What the hell?
Shame.
Yeah.
I wanted to add stuff, but I'm fine with all 3 of them.
We'll start with June 18th.
June 18th, yep.
These are Karen's edits. You said in red, right?
Yeah.
Are they down the bottom? Let's see.
I see underlined red stuff,
Those are just.
names.
Just the name
I
spelling.
think that's just name spelling.
Okay, so for this one, 618.
Yeah.
So I asked, let's see, let's just talk about the chat. You know, given our conversation earlier about creating a waiver for a volunteer with a potential conflict of interest, you guys weren't here. I think it's important that in these meeting minutes where we don't have a 5-0 vote, and it's not just not applied consistently, we need to be clear about who was for and against. And so I suggested that under the CPDC, and there I might have missed some, under the CPDC, we need to just be clear about how the vote was split. We did it under Housing Authority with the abstaining and a couple of other, so I think it's important that when we have split votes, we are clear. Let's see.
Can you give us an example? I know what you're talking
The
about.
3 2s and the 2
Yeah, yeah, like so right here it says like with a 3-2 vote, I think she wants to say who
voted which way.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's fine.
Who voted against, who voted for and who voted against to make it clear.
Yep. And there's another one, I just saw it, move to appoint Stephen Crook.
Yeah, there's a couple of them. I'll go through all of them and make sure that they all say everything.
Okay, thank you, that's gonna be a little bit of work.
Anything else for the 18th? That was it.
I think that was it.
I had a couple comments on the 18th.
Okay, sure.
This is the 18th, yeah, June 18th.
Let's finish Karen first if she's just so.
Oh, no, I did have another one. I'm sorry, it didn't get sent. So in the public comment, these are supposed to be summary minutes, and longer meetings are longer minutes, but it's not appropriate to have a member of the public accusing a select board member about lying and leaving that in there in the minutes. It's not summary, it's inappropriate. So I asked for the second sentence to be removed. I think Ms. Moulton's name might be spelled incorrectly. Somebody can correct that. I would like the second sentence removed, the third one can remain. She noted she is disappointed with the entire situation. You know, but it's not okay to have members of the public making personal accusations based on their opinion. It's toxic.
It's done all the time.
It happens all the time. It's
Okay,
been
no, it doesn't. No, it does not.
prior minutes against me. It's currently in this one asking me to
Okay,
apologize,
first of all,
Carlo to resign. Like,
Okay,
she
so
said,
that's like
if she said it,
That's a verbatim. I don't even know if it's verbatim. Caitlin, was that verbatim text? Again, these are supposed to be summary minutes. These are not, so they need to be summary minutes. We went through this, we spent hours on it.
They are summary. She said a whole statement and I only wrote 3 sentences.
Okay, so, but the way you wrote it, you stated Herrick lied. Okay, that's just not, that's not okay. It's not a summary.
Can I make a suggestion?
Yeah, please do.
Instead of the words as shown in the text, replace that with she believes that.
Yep, that would
she
be fine.
believes that shown in the text.
She believes that Herrick lied about not being
It's
in contact
supposed to be a
with-
summary.
I'd be fine if it's, she believes that with what was shown in the text, as long as that
Okay,
portion still
these are
remains.
supposed to be summary minutes, so
so-
how are we making them longer?
I think that removing the words about the text and come back to she believes that would be a summary of what was stated. It makes it clear that's her opinion.
I think to me, it's clear it's her opinion. It's public comment. It's everybody listed here. It's all
Well,
of their
this is why I don't wanna go to a select board retreat with you. You're not trying
You
it.
don't wanna agree, for being fair, somebody says it. I've been trashed here multiple times myself, that goes into the minutes.
So have I.
So let's
We
make
all
it-
have.
I think
We all
Mark's,
have.
excuse me, I think Mark's suggestion is fair. You know, and in keeping with how we've all been attacked over the years at public comment. And, you know, and again, it happens, unfortunately. Sometimes it's, you know, I don't know what to say. It's happened to all of us.
And I would really like to finish up tonight, so let's go
Yeah,
with
so
that.
let's go with
Thank you.
Mark's, yeah. Change.
Okay, then a couple of things on the last names of people in particular, like Gennady. I think it's Pilyavsky. I think, but I'm not sure. I think it's PYL.
Yeah, it's not that.
It's not?
YAESK.
Okay, I thought I looked this up before, but I will look it up again.
Too many vowels, I mean,
Too many consonants.
consonants, sorry, consonants.
Yep. And then.
Actually, there's no vowels.
And then if you go down to
Yeah, there isn't.
Fillmore, so discuss and vote on Bill Russell Committee, which is the third to last page, sorry.
Wait,
See
public
what it says?
comment or you're somewhere else now?
So this is discuss and vote on Bill Russell Committee.
Oh.
There you are. Okay, so it says Phil Fillmore. So his name is Fillmore is his first name. His last name is Philip, and he is the third, Fillmore Philip the third. I don't know how many L's in Philip. I think it's 2, but I'm not sure. Phillip.
It's usually 2.
I think it is the third. Yep, so that's correcting his name. And that was all I had on that one.
Anyone else, the 18th? All right, want to approve each set? Like, instead of doing all three, I think it'd be a lot cleaner.
Oh, yeah, obviously, the separate ones.
Let's approve the 18th, please.
Move to approve the meeting minutes from June 18th, 2024 as amended.
Second, Mark, any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor? 5-0, thank you. Next set of minutes. Any changes?
This is July 9th.
27th.
Sorry.
June.
Way too many windows open. June 27th.
June 27th.
88.
Your 9:30 meeting.
No comments.
Okay, I just had one from Karen. Let's see. Right here.
Can't read it up.
Does everyone see that?
No, oh, now I can, yeah.
What's, that's weird.
I'm fine with that.
Yeah, that's not fine with that.
Yeah, that's fine. Okay,
And that was it for this set.
anyone else have any changes to the 27th? All right, Chris?
Move to approve the meeting minutes from June 27, 2024 as amended.
Second?
Thanks, any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor? 5-0, thank you, one more set.
I do have a couple of comments on the July 9th.
Okay.
Okay, I didn't receive any others, so let me just pull up that Word doc and we can do marks.
Okay, page 1.
Hold on one sec.
Yep.
Okay.
Okay, under Linda Snowdoxer noted, I have a sentence to add at the end. The board was provided with a statement from Jackie McCarthy correcting the record that in fact, she did not speak with Linda Snowdoxer about the town manager selection process. It's actually referenced later in the document also.
I think I would just amend that to the board was provided with an email.
Thank you.
An email?
Yep.
Yep.
Cool.
Anything else?
Yep, one more, I think.
What section? Just tell me what section.
Wow, okay, open meeting law complaint number 2, Dan Dewar,
Yeah, got it.
third paragraph.
The small one? Where it starts with Herrick?
Big one, town council noted
Oh, the
this
big one,
complaint is
yeah.
essentially 3 parts. I think we gotta help clarify a little bit here, so there's the spouse question, but I think it was noted McCarthy did send an email clearing up the first part regarding Linda Snow Doxer not speaking with her about the town manager search process.
Okay.
That was
That's
it.
not a double negative with that.
Where?
Well, meaning
It was
it's-
noted McCarthy did send an email clearing up the first part.
Yeah, so you're clearing up that it's cleared up. You're now making it that it was cleared up that it wasn't cleared up. You see what I mean?
Clarified.
So maybe it would be better to say it was noted McCarthy did send an email
Clarifying. Stating.
Stating.
I think it makes more sense. The way that it was written seems right, as opposed to yours, which seems the beginning and the end.
but it feels like it connects to the spouse thing, which was actually not what that email discussed.
Right, that's a different part,
How
is
about
what you're
that?
saying.
Yeah.
It's a different part.
How about, it was noted McCarthy did send an email clearing up the first part stating that Linda Snow Doxer did not speak with her husband, select board member Mark Doxer.
So that's not actually what Jackie's email was about. So the email, I think, is about, I got confused in this one. But her email is about that Linda Snow Doxer did not speak with Linda Snow Doxer about the town.
She was setting the record straight because
Right,
that email.
right. That's what that email was.
So it wasn't about talking.
It
I
was-
never saw the email, so I don't know.
Right. Yeah, she never saw it.
So my suggestion would be, it was noted McCarthy did send an email clarifying that Linda Snow Doxer did not speak with her about the town manager search process.
Did not speak with her, okay, about, I gotcha.
She's doing it live.
Yeah, sorry, I was looking at here. Email clarifying. Speak with her. So I think that's factually correct.
I think that's, makes sense.
Doesn't fully address the whole spousey thing.
Yeah, because you
That's-
gotta mention the email, where it wasn't mentioned in the first part of that.
Right.
That Chris, yeah.
That was my only comment there.
Okay, anyone else? No? Okay,
Move to approve the meeting minutes from July 9th, 2024 as amended.
Second. Nope, Melissa me.
all right, and Melissa second, any discussion, seeing none, all those in favor? 5-0, one more motion,
Motion to adjourn.
Second.
second, Mark, no discussion, all those in favor? 5-0, 11:30, not too shabby.